Boy Scouts there. It's different when you have people coming in.
Can I call the meeting of the July 6th meeting of the Planning Commission to order? Leslie, are you ready to call the roll?
I'm fine. Thank you. Nemitz.
Here.
Hensel.
Here.
Tubbs. Gonzalez.
Here.
Leonard. Slate.
Here.
Walker.
Here. Next on the agenda is a review of conflict of interest. Is there any conflict of interest by the planning commissioner of any item on the agenda today? Hearing none, we'll move on. The next item on the agenda is approval of the agenda. Are there any corrections or modifications we need to make to the agenda? Seeing none, is there a motion?
Yeah, I'll move to okay the agenda of July 6, 2021.
I'll support.
We have a motion by Nemitz and support by Syke to approve the agenda for the July 6, 2021 meeting. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. The next item on the agenda is the presentation for approval or modification of the June 15th special meeting minutes. Are there any modifications that we need to discuss? Hearing none, is there a motion?
I'll move to approve the minutes of the Special Planning Commission meeting of June 15th, 2021.
Second.
I have a motion by Gonzalez and a second from Nemitz to approve the meeting minutes from the June 15th special meeting. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same sign. Motion passes. This is the time on the agenda for public comment for anything that is not on tonight's agenda. Please come to the podium, state your name and address for the record. We encourage you to keep your comments brief, though. Please come up.
Hi, my name is Mary Thompson. I live at 5551 Scout Camp Road. I'm up here right now because I believe you're going to consider whether GoRec should be deemed a park and therefore avoid seeking a planned unit development permit.
Mary, that's something that's on tonight's agenda, so we need you to talk at the end with regards to that.
Okay, assuming you don't make the decision.
We're not making any decisions tonight.
Okay, great, thank you.
Any other comments?
My name is Stephen Dornbos, 1010 Rennie Lake Road. I represent Protect Rennie Lake Incorporated, a nonprofit corporation. And I'm asking before this meeting to consider tabling the GoRec because we are in litigation with GoRec. We have attempted to talk to them. Many promises have been broken. Many untruths have come out, so we will be deposing them, and I'd like to bring all that under oath, under penalty of perjury. So any decisions tonight, you're not going to.
Steve, I appreciate this, but this is not the time for public comment on items that are on tonight's agenda, and as I just stated, we are not making any decisions with regards to GoRec tonight. Tonight is just a sketch plan review. There's no decisions made.
And consider tabling though for those reasons, so appreciate your time.
Thank you, Steve. Is there anybody else that would like to make public comment on any item that is not on tonight's agenda? Okay, at this time, I'll close the public hearing. I'm sorry, the public comment, not hearing. Next on the agenda, number 6, is reports. Board of Trustees, that's me. We had a special meeting on June 28th. I was not in attendance, but the agenda included a discussion about the water and the sewer ordinance and the associated rate study that the county is doing at the request of the township. Do you have any questions for me? I wasn't there. Zoning Board of Appeals, Ted.
No meeting.
Planning and Zoning Department, Claire Leslie.
Good evening. Just a couple quick updates. Wanted to let you know that we made an offer and it was accepted. Preston Taylor is going to be beginning on, the plan is for a July 13th start date as our new zoning administrator, and that's pending approval by the Township Board at the July 12th meeting. So that would be next week, and we're very excited about that. Also just wanted to give a quick update on short-term rentals. The Planning and Zoning Department is exploring evaluating some metrics for instituting a cap on short-term rentals, and we're just at the very beginning of that process, taking a look at what that cap might look like and how that might be rolled out. So that's likely to come before the Board of Trustees, probably this fall, but just wanted to give you an update that we're looking at that. And then the last thing, Peter Wendling, our legal counsel, provided some resources on public trust doctrine related to water, and also some sample ordinances related to regulating boats and docks, just given a lot of the issues we've been exploring over the past few months. And so, Peter, you're welcome to highlight any of the information in that packet.
Sure. The first one, I want to keep it brief because you got stuff going on tonight here, was an article from Clifford Bloom of the law firm Law Weathers. The article's relatively old. It's from 2009, involving a House bill, but it does discuss the public trust doctrine, a little bit of the reasonable use doctrine related to not only the Great Lakes, but inland lakes as well. A lot of it, the main point being that the Great Lakes, as well as the navigable rivers and even navigable inland lakes, are owned or co-owned by the state, which holds these waters in trust for the public and certain public uses. And that's generally what the cases have talked about over the years. And therefore, a lot of the litigation and case law, which goes back quite a bit, 50-plus years, usually involves either private parties with each other or between the state of Michigan and private parties or various entities of the state of Michigan, such as approvals over bridges that are new construction and things of that nature. The idea is that the public trust in general is that a navigable inland lake, even though all of its shoreline and its bottom line may be privately owned by a private proprietor, is nonetheless impressed with what the law calls an inchoate public trust, and it may no more be polluted or destroyed than the air above it. Again, these are principles that have largely been litigated again between private parties and the state who controls that. But I wanted to give you some sample zoning language from other townships that we represent, some of which we've written, some of which we haven't. But I did a quick search today of some of our clients' ordinances, which are all public. I'm not disclosing any secrets from any other clients here. These are all online. The first one that I have here, I just did a definition from Sheboygan, and then there's also some regulations from Sheboygan. They have county zoning that talks about limiting docks, particularly the regulation of multiple owners having single lake access, restrictions on dockage, number of boats, things of that nature, just for you to take a look at, just something to talk about. I also included a definition which I think may be useful depending on any regulations in the future for the township regarding a boat livery, which is different than a marina. Boat livery is defined in Sheboygan as any premise on which boats or floats of any kind are kept for the purpose of renting, leasing, or providing use thereof to persons other than the owners for a charge or a fee. So that may clear up, potentially could clear up some things that have been discussed in the past few months here regarding access and boats. So that's just for your review. I also pulled some additional regulations from Evangeline Township in Charlevoix County. There's section 3.06, the natural vegetation waterfront buffer strip. It's fairly extensive. They've worked on that. Rod Courtwright, I believe, is the planner there from, and I know he's from MSU originally, and we've worked on this ordinance over the years. So I just provided some different sample language for you to take a look at, and that includes their, and, you know, for you to look at as far as the vegetative strip. And the final one is from South Arm Township. I don't recall working on it, but I provide you a section of their common use waterfront. And this was the only ordinance that I came across that actually sort of mentioned a little bit the public trust doctrine here. If you look at the section 320, and now I just flipped away from what I was looking at here before, and look on the next page there, on the bottom of their section 320 entitled Common Use Waterfront, they have a standard on the bottom, says the Planning Commission shall approve, disapprove, or approve with conditions the site plan based upon the standards, you know, citing another article, and in consideration of the following standards related to the common use waterfront. 1, the extent of contemplated injury or nuisance, including noise to owners of riparian adjacent and nearby lands. And 2, and this is the one where it's a little bit of the public trust, is the impact upon the public's enjoyment of the navigable waters. Now, I've not been contacted by South Arm over the past 20 years plus that we've represented them to actually test that out, or I've never heard of it being tested out. But I thought it was interesting, and it's one of the few examples that I've seen where they try and use that type of standard. I think the standard is a little loose. It should have, you know, more related to it, examples of what that contains, so you have something that's articulable and applicable rather than something that's sort of open-ended, you know. I always like to go not so much toward opinion, but have verifiable standards so that people know what they can apply for and how to meet those standards. I'm not sure that South Arms are like that, but I just wanted to provide you that with, you know, a sample that there is somebody that's at least looking at that issue in zoning. Again, most of the time, the public trust is really a private battle when it occurs between either property owners and developers. I think, Judy, you provide that Mishiway case there, and that was a classic example of that. There was a case involving a smaller lake up in Mishiway, which is near Gaylord, and the riparian property owners had an association formed, and Mishiway wanted to develop a large waterfront parcel for a beach for their members to go swimming. Litigation ensued. It was a public trust and reasonable use issue that was involved in it. It was private litigation, didn't involve zoning. They had a settlement, and the settlement had a limited number of people who were allowed to use the lake as a swimming beach with rules and regulations pertaining to it, which was upheld because they had other issues which they appealed. But it is something that can be done, you know, generally, again, in private litigation. The question is, how do we merge, if you want to merge this? Do you wish to merge this into zoning? And how do we go about doing that? Obviously, the more regulation that you have, the more work is involved in maintaining and processing that type of regulation. But it's my understanding the Planning Commission or some of the members were interested in those materials, and that's why I provided them to you tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for Peter or Claire?
Appreciate it. I think I had spoken to Claire that I think there's some more information that we could glean and benefit from, maybe a workshop on from Michigan Lakes and Streams in the future.
Claire, with regards to short-term rentals, is that just going to go straight to the Board of Trustees, or is that going to go to Planning Commission first?
I'd be curious the Planning Commission's preference. I think when we had discussed it maybe a year or so ago, my understanding was that the Planning Commission wanted it to go straight to Board of Trustees, just because it's a, you know, general law police power ordinance. But, you know, it's obviously connected closely with land use planning, and so we can absolutely have joint work session or have the Planning Commission take a look at it.
Okay. I'm going to see it either way, so what else, other planners feel?
Could we maybe discuss it during our master plan meeting, or no, we don't have time? Next.
We could do it at a future special work
Okay.
session.
Okay.
I'm for it,
Foreseeing it?
for seeing it.
Yeah, I think we should look at it. I don't have no problem with it.
I won't be here, but I think you need to do it a joint session, because we spun our wheels a lot on that as a planning commission. And that turned out to be, well, you know, general law ordinance, which we don't have any hearing
Right, okay, that's good
You want our
feedback.
input, that's great, but I think there's no sense in doing it at a planning commission meeting. That's my input, but I won't be here, so you guys do what you want.
Any other questions? Okay, next on the agenda is correspondence. I've received, and I believe all the planning commissions have received, some emails regarding the conditional rezoning and the GO-REC plan. So moving on to unfinished business, we have zoning amendment 2-21 for 1750 Town Line Road, the conditional rezoning. This is a public hearing, discussion, and possible actions. We reviewed this plan with some public comments last month, and the developer requested that they would like to take it back and relook at some of their conditions, if you will. And there's a new list of conditions for the proposed zoning. But Peter, Claire, can you bring us up to speed on what's happened in the last month, including the term? That's my biggest question.
Yes. So I know last month we went into, staff report went into detail on the future land use map, the existing land use map, and the zoning map, and how those, what those all look like and surrounding uses and how those relate to the property. So I'm not going to go into detail on that tonight, but I'm more than happy to answer any questions from the Planning Commission related to this rezoning request. As proposed, the total number of housing units would not exceed what is currently allowed under zoning with the added accessory dwelling unit. However, the type of housing would likely be different from what's currently allowed in the low-density residential. So there's, as Mindy mentioned, there's a number of updated conditions that have been provided by the applicant. I'm going to let the applicant go into these in detail. They've all been consolidated into one document that's in your packet. And I'll also mention that the Planning Commission received an email from legal counsel that's representing concerned citizens of East Bay Township. It's made up of residents from Verndale, Cherry Ridge, and Windmill Farms, with a statement stating that given the updated conditions, which are included in your packet, that they are not opposing the rezoning request. So that's obviously doesn't represent all the residents in those, but the legal counsel representing some of those residents that had voiced concerns earlier in this process. In relation to the timing, so there's a section, it's section 125.3405 of the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act. It states that a local unit of government may establish a time period during which the conditions apply to the land. So there's no time limit specified in the zoning ordinance. And so that would be the time limit for a potential approved conditional rezoning would be at the discretion of the township. So if the rezoning is successful, the applicant is proposing to delay the date in which the rezoning would go into effect. They're proposing November of 2022, and then they are proposing to have 3 years after that date in which to achieve substantial construction. So they're looking at a 3-year time frame in which to get the site plan review approved by the township and achieve substantial construction working towards that project. And so that's what, if this rezoning was approved, that's what that timing would look like that they're proposing. They've reviewed it with our legal counsel, and so I'm sure Peter would be more than happy to answer any questions on the timing related to that.
Yeah, and the substantial construction is a requirement to vest the conditional rezoning, and it's a, similar standard to, actually it applies to lawful non-conforming uses, but it applies to that rezoning. The timelines, though, for any special use permit, site plan review, also come into play as far as gaining or losing a permit during that time period. So whichever comes first, cuts the process off. And I think it's basically a 2-year in your ordinance for most site plans there. But ultimately, the conditional rezoning, if approved, and that's subject to township discussion for a 3-year period, there would have to be not only approval at the zoning level for any type of permits, but also substantial construction to vest and make that conditional rezoning, permanent part of what's going on. And of course, in the future, the township could decide to change it in general. I mean, that's a separate matter, later on. The reason for pushing the date off is it's my understanding that operations will continue at the golf course this year and at least next year, maybe even beyond. Why have unnecessarily the creation of a lawful non-conforming use, even though it's through a conditional rezoning, if we know there's going to be operations for the rest of this year and next year, and there's nothing under the statutes that requires you, on whether it's a regular rezoning or a conditional rezoning, to have a time period. There's no limit further out. There's only a limit, as to how fast you can impose that zoning. However, I don't like going more than a year after the township looks at it. You never know, somebody might think, wait a minute, you're kind of abusing the nature of the statute there. In this case, it's not, because there's a viable reason for doing so, and that is, again, not to have a longer period of time of a lawful non-conforming use and allow those operations, which will fully continue this summer as well as next summer, before the process will begin where permits will be obtained and new construction will occur.
So I have a question. So with the conditional rezoning, it's not a negotiation,
It is
if
not.
you will. What about the timeline? Is that part of the conditional rezoning, that they tell us what the timeline is? And
No, that's up to
Yes.
the
Okay.
board ultimately on there.
okay, so that can be a discussion.
That can be a discussion item
Okay.
there. Yep. Internal.
Is there anything else?
Just the proposed findings are included in your packet. You'll see that there's, I would encourage you to review those carefully. They can be added to and edited. Many of the standards for rezoning are discretionary in nature, so I know we went over those at the last meeting, but the Planning Commission didn't get a chance to deliberate and walk through those, so I'd encourage you to go through those as a commission. And then the last piece, I just want to reiterate that this is not a site plan, and I think there was a little bit of confusion at the public hearing a few weeks ago. And just that if this were approved, any future site plan would be coming back before the Planning Commission, and that would be a time for considering traffic studies, natural features, internal circulation, all those elements of a site plan, so.
Okay, thank you. Doug, Joe, do you have anything that you'd like to add, say?
Yes, I would, please. Just, I'm going to duplicate a little bit of what Claire touched on as far as the email coming from the concerned citizens of East Bay Township. But I'm Joe Lucaricchio of Bayview TC LLC, and I live at 316 Birchwood Avenue. And of course, Doug Mansfield is with me tonight, and you all know him well. And this conditional rezoning was originally requested by the Nelson and Olson families as the owners and stewards of Elmbrook Golf Course for the past 50 years. And as the intended purchasers of the course, we are jointly seeking the approval from you this evening. And prior to last month's Planning Commission meeting, we had the opportunity on 2 separate occasions to meet with local residents, including many from the Verndale, Cherry Ridge, and Windmill Farm subdivision, which surround the property. And the first meeting took place right here in Township Hall, where approximately 30 to 35 residents attended. The second was with representatives and legal counsel for the concerned citizens of East Bay Township, a nonprofit group consisting of approximately 40 residents from Verndale, Cherry Ridge, and Windmill, and whose group was formed for the purpose of meeting with the applicant to talk about their concerns and have them addressed to the greatest degree possible. And the concerns of those residents were clearly articulated, and through good faith negotiations, we either created new conditions or enhanced the existing conditions to the conditional rezoning. Further, as a result of the feedback that we gained from last month's Planning Commission meeting, we created more development conditions or restrictions on the south side of the site parallel to Farm Lane, and on the west side of the site along Garfield Township. And all of those conditions in total were an addition to or an enhancement of the conditions already offered at the time of application back in April. So township officials, including all of you, are in receipt of that email from the concerned citizens of East Bay Township that Claire mentioned. And Doug will review all the conditions with you shortly. And just in general, the golf business has been and continues to be an incredibly challenging industry, and competition for the golf dollar is intense, and it certainly holds true in Grand Traverse and surrounding counties, with large numbers of courses available to play in an industry and sport where participation is continually declining. And since 2003, there's been a consistent annual decline in the number of golfers. And in 2019, there were approximately 7.5 million fewer golfers in the country than there were in 2003, which is a loss of approximately 24% of all the golfers in the country. And for this reason and other reasons, the owners of Elmbrook have been looking to sell the course since 2004. And, you know, the Elmbrook site is currently zoned LDR and would permit only single-family residential. But to develop the Elmbrook site strictly as single-family residential would not only be a missed opportunity to help meet the housing visions of the township, but would also ignore several housing needs and demographic sectors in the housing market. And to address an issue raised by a local resident at last month's meeting, you know, let me say that a full development of single-family residential certainly would provide no guarantee of the type of house built, you know, the quality of the house, the value of those houses, and certainly no guarantee of the maintenance standards of those homes. You know, unfortunately, subdivisions have numerous examples of homes and yards that are maintained at different standards than their neighbors. And, you know, portions of this property, our vision is for a blend of rental and for-sale properties. And the rental properties are going to be maintained by a property management group with consistent maintenance standards and practices. And in this case, DTN Management Company as partners and a 50-year successful operating history. Behind them would be the property management entity for any rental portions of the ultimate project. And part of your stated vision in your 2015 Master Land Use Plan encourages more intense and diverse land uses in the northern portions of the township. And the Elmbrook site is not only within that portion, but is also within the identified urban growth boundary, and it's in the sewer and water district. And the Master Land Use Plan further contains a section devoted to the township's main policies of the plan, and one of them states, "The long-term health and vitality of the community hinges on our ability to attract and retain investment in quality residential neighborhoods and desired commercial land use." The Elmbrook site is a wonderful opportunity to provide various types of market-rate housing that address several different demographic profiles and could help meet a number of the township's housing goals and needs. And the property will ultimately be a blend of market-rate rental and for-sale housing in a few different formats, including single-family, multifamily, and attached products. Empty nesters, families young and old, those within the regional workforce will find ample housing opportunities within the future development, and this conditional rezoning will create the means by which that diverse housing opportunity can be realized. And, you know, to make to another point that Claire made, we're not looking to increase density above what could be built there today. That's not our goal. We are looking to provide a property that addresses, you know, housing trends and housing needs and crosses many age groups. That's really what this is all about. So thank you very much, and Doug's going to go over these conditions with you.
Thanks, Joe.
Doug Mansfield, Mansfield Land Use Consultants, 830 Cottage View Drive, Suite 201, Traverse City, Michigan. And thank you so much for your time and commitment again tonight. I want to first apologize for last month's meeting. I'm not usually that disorganized, but we were reviewing contextual conditions with the adjacent neighbors, I think up until about 3:30 that day. So what you got was a jumbled group of mixed messages, and we really tried to take the time, as Joe said, inventory the property, meet again with the councils from both sides, and put together a single package that would provide the context of what Joe outlined in the philosophy of this. And I wanted to take a minute to say I was in a public hearing last week in this county, and it was a packed house, a small project, and through it all of saving the trees and the swales and the deer and the critters, which we all love and enjoy about the area, one couple at the end of it stood up, and I will say they had hair and it wasn't gray, and they stood up and said, "We hope the township really looks hard at this project because it provides the variety of housing." They were fortunate enough to be able to afford a single-family home on a 1-acre lot, but they understood that today, in today's world, it's almost impossible for a young family to be able to do that. And their kids were growing up without other kids. They said out of a 60-unit condominium next to them, there was no kids there for them to play with. for them to babysit, for them to ride to school with. And so we need to look at a variety of housing styles. And I know I've worked in this area for 30-some years. I've been most recently on the board of Networks Northwest for 10 years, where it was our mission to find areas where we could establish not only a variety of housing, but a lifestyle where you wanted to be in a rental situation. And it wasn't a condition of life, it was something that you desired. So, as I said, we inventoried the land again. Elmbrook Golf Course, 1750 Town Line Road, is 228 acres. It is all zoned LDR. We are proposing to rezone the northern 36 plus or minus acres HDR, which we have HDR to the west of us, and a PUD with commercial uses to the east and commercial and industrial uses to the north. So the HDR seems an appropriate transition. The remainder of the property, about 192 acres, would propose to be rezoned moderate density residential, which allows for a multitude of uses of different scales. And in context with working with the land, will allow us the flexibility of setbacks, attached housing, smaller roadways, right-of-ways, smaller utility corridors, and to utilize this land that I want to talk about a little bit in its natural form and in improved form over the last 50 years. The land itself rises from north to south 200 feet in elevation. It has ravines and swales and ridges that predominantly flow again south to north downhill. The distance from the top of the ridges to the bottom of the ravines in most areas is about 20, 30 feet. But as I've got to know this property over the last 15 years that I've been looking at it for the family, you have to understand these ridges and ravines aren't wide enough in any single pattern to allow the ability to single or double stack housing on either side of a road that may run across it. So as we said at the last meeting, moving dirt is something that we don't like to pay for and nobody likes to see anymore. And it makes a project almost, well, it does make it unfeasible. In order to, the distance on these ridges is only about 100 to 150 feet wide. And in LDR, your lots and the contextual setbacks, road right-of-ways, utility corridors, all those things that put together our jigsaw puzzle in land development take up about 250 feet to get done. So that means in order to provide single-family houses in these corridors, you'd have to single-load the roads. And frankly, the roadway, as we know it and we look at it with pavement and gravel and sewer and water and electric and cable and sidewalks and all the other implements, lighting that goes into these runs about $300 a foot alone. So basically, when we look at a lot these days, if we can keep the utility costs, the installation of the infrastructure down to about $15,000 per unit, we think we're doing good. Understand that there's fees that the township and the county has that's almost adds another third to that per every unit. So our cost really escalate. And if we can control the cost at the ground level, it makes building that much easier and ultimately the affordability of it. So I did this inventory. This is a grade analysis. The red is the highest point on the site. The dark green is the lowest point on the site. And I went around it and just pulled numbers off as we worked with the neighbors to understand the context of what they'd be looking at and how they're affected. So as I go into these conditions, I'd like you to kind of refer to that a little bit. There are, and when I talked about the typical roles and elevation on this, understand there's high points and low points in there also that are unique to the property. But, you know, predominantly any moving around the site, we can see vertical movement from the associated land to say, to where we could build on this land of some 70 feet of grade change. So when we talk about setbacks being horizontal, understand there are vertical changes in this that also make this density and this growth and development twice as livable, almost. So, for instance, and I'll just hit some typical points, at the center of the Verndale corridor to where we're proposing the building, we're 15 feet, our site is 15 feet lower than their houses. On Farm Lane edge, we have a site that where we are proposing that we could build, there's a negative 70-foot change in elevation in that area. On the western side, there's changes from 30 feet to 20 feet, only, 50 feet off the edges. So this area really pitches and rolls, and that's what makes this dynamic. So I do want to go through the conditions. I'm going to read them, and if you have any questions, you can stop me. The primary focus on this has been setting back from the edges and preserving the natural buffer zone. So our first condition is that in a 300-foot corridor continuous and adjacent to the eastern property line, that would be against Verndale and Cherry Ridge, commencing 533 feet south of the center line of Hammond Road. And understand, so when we talk about this corridor, it's going to start 533 feet south of the center line of Hammond Road. That is a distance that the Road Commission has established for a potential intersection. So you have to be 500 feet south of the intersection for stacking purposes, turning movements, and those kind of things. So that's where that number comes from.
So can you flip to your other,
Yeah.
so that everybody can see where you're talking about, because it's on that one?
So that's this corridor here. So where the development is adjacent to or less than 150 feet from said property lines, the developer will limit the construction to single-family detached and/or duplex structures and/or quadplex structures not exceeding not to exceed 35 feet in height, stories in height. So basically, we've got single-family quadplexes and duplexes within that first 150 feet away from that, or the eastern and southern property lines. Also understand, on this particular piece of land, we have an unimproved area, they'll call it Seasonal Road of Edgecombe Road. There's a right-of-way that runs down the eastern property line. Each side of the property line has 33 feet of existing right-of-way. So there's you'll see another condition where we don't propose to enhance that, except for potentially what they make us do on that top end. But there's another 30 feet. Plus then, that's where your rear yard starts from the township setbacks, and we're going to enhance that further. Secondly, where further than 150 feet, but no more than 300 feet away from the said property lines, the developer will limit construction to those types allowed in the initial 150 feet. And in addition, multifamily buildings not exceeding 2 stories in height, 35 feet, and not more than 10 individual dwelling units. The developer agrees that no traditional apartment building type structures are to be located in the 300-foot corridor, and that such units will incorporate movement, textural changes, and building materials that create shade and shadow and general interest in the design, avoiding long stark walls and box design. All dwellings within this corridor shall have an individual garage parking and individual kitchen and laundry. The next condition is that to the extent that it will not violate the Fair Housing Act, the developer will not establish or seek LIHTC, pilot, HUD, Section 8, or similar funding throughout the development. This is not going to be a subsidized development with the conditions provided herein. This will be market rate. The developer will limit residential density of the entire subject property, all 228 acres, to that proposed in the master plan, low to medium density residential, equaling 912 units total. So, and this can't be stated enough. The developer is not seeking to increase the density with this conditional rezoning. They're seeking those other district measures for variety, setback changes, and also things that happen integral with that in terms of right-of-way, utility corridors, those kind of things. So that 912 units goes into just impacts that were discussed about traffic. Again, this will be no more traffic than what's allowed today. in terms of using up utilities, sanitary water, wastewater treatment. This is the number that the engineers should have plugged in to this piece of land when they looked at their computer models with sewer and water and programmed that. So we're not increasing what is there today, what's allowed there today. The developer reserves the right and opportunity to maintain, improve, and operate the golf course and inclusive facilities. That was in the conditions, and then will be substantiated or directed by the effective date that we talked about. There may be, so we discussed what a golf course is in the definitions. There's very little to that. When we use the term golf course, the commercial golf course would end at the end of our effective date, that 3 years out. The commercial use of the golf course. There may be a couple putting holes or chipping greens or something like that, just like there would be a tennis court or a bocce court or something like that as an amenity strictly for the uses inside here, of the users inside here. Next, contiguous with and adjacent to the subject property's south property line, the developer will create a 50-foot wide natural vegetation buffer zone. Any development interior of this line shall also meet the required yard setbacks of the appropriate zoning district. So beyond all those other conditions we just talked about, there's going to be a 50-foot natural vegetation line. Our setback will start from that. So that would be a secure, sustained 50-foot natural vegetation buffer zone. Contiguous with and adjacent to the subject property's west property line, commencing at the southwest corner of the site and extending some 2,022.67 feet to the north, the developer will create a 50-foot wide natural vegetation buffer zone. That's basically from the southwest corner of the site all the way up to the southern right-of-way of town, of the entrance to Elmbrook as we know it today. We will establish, again, a 50-foot wide natural vegetation buffer zone. Any development interior of this line shall also meet the required setbacks of the appropriate zoning district. So again, any setbacks that are found in the zoning ordinance for setting back a building or a structure would start not from our property line, but from that green belt line. Next condition, unless otherwise required by governmental agencies, the developer agrees not to make any interconnection with the neighboring properties along the eastern and southern property line of the development. That means there may be conditions, just like exist in those subdivisions today, where the fire department needs access, there may be a utility connection, something like that, but we are not seeking vehicular access through those road networks. If required to connect to Edgecombe Road, developer agrees that it will use the minimum length of Edgecombe Road, but in no case to exceed 533 feet in the length from the center line of Hammond Road. And again, if we need to use Edgecombe Road and its intersection to Hammond Road, we won't go any further south than 533 feet. Where a 30-foot width measured from the westerly right-of-way of Edgecombe Road of natural tree buffer cannot be maintained, meeting the standards below adjacent to the eastern property line, so that's along the eastern property line next to Verndale and Cherry Ridge, the developer will install 2 rows staggered of 5-foot high, 25-foot on center, resulting in trees effectively 12.5 feet apart, evergreen trees to be installed during the phases of development adjacent to the same. So if we come in to a certain part of the site adjacent to that buffer zone, and there's not a natural tree buffer there, we will plant 2 rows of trees along that corridor. The trees that are to be placed as close as possible to Edgecombe Road right-of-way. The area of said tree buffer shall be included in any required landscape plan calculations. And this area shall be dedicated as a green belt maintained by the developer as successors or assigns. This obligation shall be memorialized to run with the land and controlling documents of the development. So that's the end of our proposed conditions that we did get comment back from the council representing the concerned citizens of East Bay, representing several of the members, I would say the concerned members along the perimeter, and I will say that's quite a successful achievement. Claire did go over the effective date, and this is, as Peter said in his review of our conditions, we had that non-conforming issue. And what we have found, and I hope we get out of this rut we're in permit-wise, but it's taking upwards of 18 months to 2 years to permit, design, and permit fully a project of this nature in this state right now. In fact, we just had one that I thought we had moved relatively fast on. It involved Eagle, both with wetlands, sewer, water, all the road networks, the site plan approval, and we had to come back, and get an extension from that. And I think we moved as fast as we could, all parties considered on that. So it's just a factor of development in Michigan right now. So that delay stemmed from that. Also, the parties are involved with the Slutter Farm development, which we're looking to get started this month, construction on. And we had to get that going so that the concentration wasn't going to be there for at least 6 to 8 months before we could really start looking at this property. What this says, though, is most likely there will be golf, commercial public golf on Elmbrook Golf Course for at least a couple of years, if not 3 or 4. So this is our proposal tonight. We are anxious to understand how the Township Planning Commission feels about this. As the staff report states, the rezoning is justified, it's legal in its context. We have, I think, done our best to work with the neighbors on this project. It is a long-term project. 220 acres in Grand Traverse County is a big development. We are seeking to meet a market that is ever-changing. So we really want to take this phase by phase and meet the market with this and create a community. And that's why we're seeking the rezoning, because these issues will change. So we're here tonight. I know you've got another big item on there, but we would really like to hear your comments and would hope you'd move this ahead to the Township Board.
Thank you, Doug. At this time, I will go ahead and open the public comment, but before I do, I would like everybody that's going to speak on this issue to think about the conditions or the criteria for review. The first one, the proposed rezoning is reasonably consistent with surrounding uses. Number 2, there will not be an adverse physical impact on surrounding properties. Number 3, there will not be an adverse effect on property values in the adjacent area. Number 4, there have been changes in land use or other conditions in the immediate area or in the community in general which justify rezoning. Number 5, the rezoning will not create a deterrent to the improvement or development of adjacent property in accord with existing regulations. Number 6, the rezoning will not grant a special privilege to an individual owner when contrasted with other property owners in the area or the general public. I can't see with my glasses, I'm sorry. Number 7, there are substantial reasons why the property cannot be used in accordance with its present zoning classification. Number 8, the rezoning is not in conflict with the planned use for the property as reflected in the master plan. Number 9, the site is served by adequate public facilities and/or the petitioner able to provide them. Number 10, there are not sites nearby already properly zoned that can be used for the intended purpose. So if you'd like to come up for public comment, I would love to hear what you have to say, but I would also like you to take into consideration those topics for which we look at the review for. Anyone like to make public comment? Come on up.
Good evening, I'm Marcy Hurst at 101 Emerson Road, adjoining property owner to the west. And I thank you guys for some of the clarifications and what has been included. A a couple things they still have a concern with, which is the Mitchell Creek watershed overlay. That really hasn't been addressed. And in the packet, a couple of the maps on that are referenced are what, appear to be conflicting. So on page 27, the future land use shows the reference to the Mitchell Creek along the westerly edge that comes into the middle. And then, let's see, on page 33, again, it shows that. So with the 50-foot buffer zone, so this second map that was shown there, that low area is at the bottom of a high area. So that contour changes drastically right there. And that's where that water flow is, at the bottom of that slope. So then on page 34, it shows, and then on page 38, and I don't think it shows on a couple of the maps. So I would just ask that you, as the commission, pay particular attention to that, and that is protected with, the 50-foot buffer, and then whatever the 100-foot from that water flow that's inconsistent. So then my other concern is environmental impact through that area. So when you look at the aerial view maps, you can see, that green space that flows from the northwest corner down to the southeast corner. So that westerly line kind of coming around the golf course is sensitive, and I think you have addressed the backside nicely. Not as happy with the west side, but it is very sensitive there if you've seen the property. So particular attention. Then, again, and I will reiterate, the current land use for Cherry Ridge, Windmill Farms, and the entire westerly side, with the exception of the high density, is all rural residential. It's completely established as low density. And I understand, I'm a builder myself, so I do understand that, I know what they're doing isn't inappropriate. I do think with the market conditions today, affordable housing is not being addressed. When you look at the cost of other similar rentals in the area, if it's market rate, it's the highest the market's ever been, and I don't think we're going to place young families in situation where they have good construction. It's a great area, but I think there's a lot of issues that still need to be addressed. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I
Weatherholt. I live at 531 Cherry Ridge Drive, and I just have a few concerns. First and foremost was
Ma'am, can I
the
stop you for a second?
Go ahead.
How do you spell your last name?
Weatherholt, Weatherholt.
Thank you.
First and foremost was the remark made about legal counsel being sought by Cherry Ridge, Ferndale, and Windmill Farms. I have a letter dated June 23rd that actually Cherry Ridge did not participate in that legal counsel. They did not want to pay the fee. So I'm not sure where that came from. Furthermore, going back to them going and talking with people, I was here at the last meeting. I directly live off of T-Box number 5. I can see it, they can see me, and yet I was not approached. Not that I'm angry or anything about it, but I do feel like my input would have been helpful. I do appreciate that they have changed some of their standards and regulations, but I would like the zoning kind of to remain the same. I went around Traverse City and I looked at different subdivisions that have duplexes, quadplexes, and apartments, but they also have single-family living in there. I would have liked to have seen that added to this proposal, especially on this 300-foot buffer around to buffer the rest of Ferndale, Cherry Ridge, and Windmill Farms. I think it could be doable. It's been done in Traverse City, especially over in the Long Lake Township area. With that being said, I would also like there to be a limit in that 300-foot buffer that we don't have any quadplexes. If we're going to consider rezoning, that you put a stipulation that it's only duplexes. I still feel that it will directly impact the value of my home being purchased there in a low-density, single-family place. I understand that not everybody cares for their houses the same way that people do. I have an association, we have rules, and I guess I would like to ask the question of who's going to enforce this. 5 years from now, most of you are probably going to be off this board. And so who's going to enforce this? I know that there's been an issue, a situation with other developments where they've got the permit to build one thing and actually built other things, and now it's in legal battle. And who's going to oversee that to make sure that this stays the way? I understand that there's a good faith contract, that they're saying they're going to keep it that way, but who really is going to oversee this and uphold them to their statements? I still feel that traffic is going to increase. I was just recently in an accident, head-on, Traverse City, during Cherry Festival. Somebody pulled out going left and hit me. I mean, I'm doing fine. I had a wonderful car, but I'm still worried about the walkways the paths you were talking about for the kids to get to school. There are 4 schools in this corner. And with that kind of increase in traffic, it is not going to be safe for kids to be taking paths. People, as you know, every day are on their cell phone, not paying attention. And what happens if they go over the curb and run a kid over that's trying to go to school? So I think these are real issues that we need to consider. It's not that I don't want a development to go there. I love golfing. I play golf. I see Elmbrook every day. But I would like it to be a little bit toned down, not as many people, not as many duplexes, maybe the single family, maybe mixed in with a little bit of both. That's it.
Thank you, Pam.
Fred Fedak, 101 Spring Hill Road, southwest corner of the property. I guess I was a little blindsided tonight about this concerned citizens agreement that came about. I don't know when that came about. It's only been less than 3 weeks since the last meeting. So I had a prepared statement, some of it got chopped off when I printed it. But, you know, in the beginning, I don't think anybody here was against the Nelsons developing this property or the property being developed based upon how it is zoned right now, okay? You know, Traverse City, the people move here because of the pristineness of our area. It's not overdeveloped, it's not, it's done very nicely. It's spread out, you know, it's very relaxing, but we're starting to lose this now when we start looking at all these multi-story, high-density tenant rentals. We're losing that. It shouldn't be here. It shouldn't be this far outside of the city. It should be in closer to the city. That's where it belongs, like it is down along the river and along the waterfront. You know, I wrote down some of these those things that Attorney Paul here said that you guys should look at when you make your decisions. You know, like one, is it reasonably consistent with the surrounding uses? Well, no, it's not, because surrounding uses on this property are all single tenant developments, and, you know, to the south and to the west, it's all agricultural, single-family houses. It just doesn't seem like it fits into our area here. And then number two, there should not be an adverse physical impact on the surrounding properties. Well, there is, because right now, you know, I look down over trees and bits and parts of the golf courses, as well as other people that are on the south side and on the west side, and we're going to lose that vista. I mean, we don't want to lose it, but we don't want to deprive Nelsons from doing or trying to make money on their property or people developing it. What we're saying is develop the way it was thought, the thought that we had of how we were going to develop it originally, with the zoning being in place the way it is now. Number four, has there been changes in land use or conditions that in the immediate area that justifies rezoning? I can't think of any that justifies rezoning. 5, the rezoning would not create a deterrent to the improvement or redevelopment of adjacent properties in order that in accordance to the way it's zoned. I lost some of my print. I printed it too big. I'm sorry. I know they talked about utilities being a problem out there. I'm a retired contractor, as those who weren't here last time. Those items can be handled very easily, and it's not that costly. There's a lot of property there. There's 220 acres, and they say they're only going to have 912 units out there. You know, now, what about 5 or 10 years from now? What's going to stop them from building multi-tenant units up front, pack them right in, and then later on ask for more variances down the road or more rezoning? I see this being a Pandora's box, that you open it up and you can't shut it down. You know, once you give people that permission, you can't take it back. You can't say, hey, you know, we got to change this. This is getting out of hand here. You can try to stop or limit, but you can't take it back. Let's see. I guess that's all I have to say. I mean, you know, where I live, I would rather look out over a nicely done subdivision, not all these 40-foot high, multi-story tenant buildings. I just, it's a shame. And it's not just me, it's other people too around there. But I'm just one guy. So, ladies and gentlemen, you know, think about it. Think about the watershed too. I know I've walked that property before. There's a lot of creeks and a lot of little streams that run into Mitchell Creek. There should be some kind of buffer. Something should be drawn into these plans to help preserve some of that watershed. I think it might be getting out of hand here, so think carefully about what you're going to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred.
Kevin Nelson, 7434 Terrace Avenue, Elk Rapids, representing the ownership of the existing property owners, Elmbrook and landowners. And in this phase, as you stated, it's for the conditional rezoning. It's not a plan. There's no site plan. There's no side views of the property. There's not specific buildings. So after nearly 60 years running this property, owning the property, being a steward of the property, we frankly were unprepared to continue being stewards of the property and have looked at, for about 17 years, divesting of the property. And something that was important to us as nearly 75 years residents in the area was to meet community needs in the process of divesting the property. So we initiated the conditional rezoning process as the existing landowners, and I think that's an important point, that we asked for that, we looked for that to make the property the most marketable to meet community needs. And we needed to make the land marketable, and we understood the limits of golf and pretty much a 1/3 shrinkage of the golf industry in the last 20 years. So we're very comfortable with this developer and engineering team and the hired resources that they have that will dovetail with what we sought in the beginning and what we've been looking at for 17 years, long before we met them. So they're meeting the goals that we set out as landowners to do. So I think that's important to see. We feel like it's a justified request and that it is simply a conditional rezoning to allow the developer to come later with a development plan that will allow people to look at what they're actually going to be approving or not approving at the township level. So I appreciate your time, and we thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Kevin. Is there anybody else that would like to speak with regards to zoning amendment 2-21?
Hi, I'm Brenda Rockefeller, and I live at 449 Farm Lane. And I'm on the south side of Elmbrook property, and they butt right up to our property. I am on the architecture committee for Windmill Farms 3. My husband is on the board, and we did not know anything about this Friends of Windmill Farms either. So we first learned about it when we got here tonight. I would please ask you to reconsider this multi-unit property complex. It is going to greatly impact our community. And you had sent out a survey. Did you all read this? It says, which of the following housing options would you support in East Bay Township? I filled this out. Over 700 residents responded and business owners. Single-family houses, over 57% very supportive, 24% somewhat supportive, 14% neutral, 3% somewhat unsupportive, and the rest is very unsupportive. So you have an overwhelming indication of what the people want. My question to you is, are you for the people or are you for development? I don't mind single-family units going in there. If we've got over 900 units going on that property, and there are 200 units going on the property next door, plus you've got a development down between by Center Ice, what is this going to do to our traffic flow? If you times that by 1.5, the 1,100 just at that corner, and most people in units like that, if they're single people, they're probably going to have somebody live with them because they're not going to be able to afford that on one income in Traverse City. The view of the bay is still half the pay. And people cannot afford to live by themselves unless they're a doctor or somebody that has a very good education, pay. The master plan also, and I think Leonard brought this out the last time, our neighbor. The master plan is looking at 300 units by 2040. So if we're looking at 300 new units, and this was what, in 2015? Is that when that was drawn up? Okay, you're going more than half of it, and we still have 20 years yet to go. So you're more than going beyond that. What's this going to do to our schools over there? How are people, if we have 1,100 units, and you times that by just one, what's that going to do to the school system over there? Yes, maybe they're all going to be young, maybe there'll be a mix, maybe they won't be. But are you going to go back to the taxpayers and say, is Traverse City going to go back and say, you know, we have these big developments, we need another school because we don't have room for these kids in that area? Also, we are in Windmill Farms and they're developing Coyote Lane right now. And that's been a stinker in our side because the developer went in and cut a whole bunch of trees down and just left all the brush and everything laying around. So I've had to contact Leslie, and she's been very helpful because the builders did not want to clean it up until they started developing the homes on the lots. Well, the last 2 homes they've built, they've taken 2 years to build each home. They're on number 2 right now, and it's still not completed, and that started 2 years ago. The previous home, it took 2 years. So they were going to leave all that rubbish laying out in the field, and so I had to contact Leslie and said, we need to get this cleaned up. So now they've cleaned it up, but now there's a great big huge pile of brush in the back side of it. I also have a lot across the street that they started developing 2 years ago, cut the trees down, left a huge wood chip pile, and I've had to call Leslie about it. It'll be 2 years in October that that's been sitting there in our subdivision.
Can't find those people.
Yep. They've been contacted by another member on our architecture committee to clean it up, and Leslie's tried to find them. So I have this mess across the street that I look at in our subdivision. The other thing, when they were developing the road, now it probably won't impact us as much, but I was home when they were compacting that road down. I felt like I was in an earthquake. My dishes were rattling every time they used that compactor. So that development is going to be an ongoing issue for these people in Ferndale and Cherry Ridge. And they're going to have noise for years. And, you know, I'm getting it. I've had it for the last 2 years, and it's going to continue. But that's also an issue, too, that nobody's brought up. My husband and I don't know if you've known it, but he's contacted Jim Schmuckel several times
Can you address the commission, please?
to buy the property behind us, and so has our neighbors. So we would have that buffer. But the property owners do not want to sell it. And I found out just recently, the reason they didn't want to sell it is because if they do sell those acreages, they can't put up as many homes, units on that big property. So we've tried to protect our property, but how many times have you called Jim? 4 or 5?
6 or 7.
Yeah. Nope, they don't want to sell. And we would give them a fair price for the property. And there's several people on that back edge that wanted to do that. So My concern is too, there's beautiful trees. I mean, we look out on this hill of trees. We don't even see the golf course, but in the fall, it's gorgeous. Are they going to be cut down? You know, are we going to be looking at houses? I think, you know, if you want to do a development, fine. I don't think we need to have this high density going on, this, I think it's too much for East Bay. The people have spoken. You had them fill out a questionnaire. 700 people responded to it. That's pretty good for a questionnaire. So please consider what you're allowing to do in that beautiful piece of property. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Judy Pelto, Abbey Lane, East Bay Township. I just have two quick remarks. While I understand this isn't a site plan, I also have concerns about the watershed. And I'm not sure that there's any guarantee about what's going to happen. I'm not sure about the next process, so maybe I'm mistaken, but I am very concerned about the watershed. It's something that we can't take back once it's gone, once it's built on, once it's polluted. So my concern is that, even though this isn't a site plan, there's not been much discussion on the watershed. And the other thing would be, in the master plan, you talk about affordable housing, but I agree, if this is market value, this is not going to be the kind of property that you're going to find young people at, or people that work in the area, especially at the rate that housing has increased here. It's incredible. And I know there's no guarantee that what goes up won't come down, but you don't know when that's going to happen. Thanks.
Thanks, Judy. I did. I said thank you.
Thank you.
I heard this voice out of nowhere.
I just said
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Amanda Aristio. I live at 1781 Town Line Road. It's at the very end of Town Line. We live on a private road, and it is kind of up against Elmbrook. And we have over 3 acres, and the 6 other people that live have acreage, and it's mostly young families, so I don't see how multi-units will fit with our neighborhood. But we are in Garfield Township, so I feel like we haven't been addressed as much. And I just wanted to touch on that point.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else? Last call. All right, I'm going to close the public hearing. We're going back to well, I've got some questions from the public comment for several people, but with regards to the watershed and the environment and everything else like that, this is just a change in zoning. This is not the site plan. We don't know where they're proposing to put single-family houses to quadplexes, and this, what they're proposing doesn't mean that they can't put a single-family house there. And I just want to make that statement. But we did have a question about enforcement. And Claire, do you want to talk about the enforcement of the conditions in the future?
Sure, I can touch on it, and Peter can add to it. But the difference between this conditional rezoning versus a traditional zoning is, if this was rezoned just traditionally, then the developer would be permitted to build out the moderate density residential up to 5 dwelling units per acre for that entire, I think, almost 200 acres. They'd be able to do 8 dwelling units per acre for that high density residential for about 36 acres. So for this conditional rezoning, that 912 units, that would be capped. So that is a legally binding condition for this entire site. So there wouldn't be, this development would be likely done in phases, but if this conditional rezoning was approved, then this parcel that we're looking at, this site of 228 acres would not exceed that 912. So that's, Peter, do you want to add to that? Or?
That's correct.
Okay. And so that would be a legally binding approval that would be part of the permanent record with the township.
And the next question, multiple people brought it up, was with regards to the attorney for the 3 developments and the fact that 2 of the developments said they weren't included. I don't know what to say about that. Do you have anything to add?
I don't know. I wasn't, obviously, I was not involved in. I knew there was an attorney that represented some of the property owners, and apparently they spoke with the developer. You may want to actually ask the developer that question. Some people were probably represented in the group and others were not. That often happens in these situations.
Yes, staff had only communication with Mark McKellar, was the attorney representing those, and so.
Did he happen to mention how many residents he was actually?
He didn't. The email that he sent was the one that I shared with the Planning Commission. It was just a short statement basically saying that group of concerned citizens was not opposed given the updated conditions.
Okay, Joe, did you want to?
Yes,
Please come to the.
Sure. I asked him several times how many residents were included in that. 40 approximately is what he told me.
Okay.
And I asked him several times, were representatives of all 3 subdivisions included in that? Yes, they were. Unequivocally is what he told me.
Okay. Okay, discussion with the planning commissioners. Ted, you want to go?
I guess my feelings on it is, they're not asking for more density. It's not a site plan, so obviously we'll have a lot more control over the project when they come for a site plan as to where they put their multifamily units and so forth. I do feel there's a need for housing in Grand Traverse County. The more housing there is, the more competition there is, the price will come down. So even though it's market value, it should help the price come down maybe somewhere else so that younger people can get a start. It's going to be a lot of single-family homes too. I mean, it's not just going to be multifamily. I understand the need for some apartments and stuff out by the road where the other apartments are going to be. I'd love it to stay a golf course. That would be my preference, but I understand I don't own the property. I can't afford the property. So obviously, it's up to the owners of the property. But I think I like the conditions and I like the basic concept.
John?
I got some questions, maybe just some clarifications on the conditions that were outlined. And I'm not sure if I should direct, some of these might go to you, Claire, or maybe to the applicant. Under the first bullet point, there's the 4 sub-bullet points. I just want to clarify, just make sure I'm reading this correctly. Second bullet point talks about within the 150 to 300-foot buffer that multifamily buildings not to exceed 35 feet in height, stories in height, and 10 individual dwelling units. So that 10 individual dwelling units, is that referring to the multifamily buildings? To say, okay, that, all right, okay. Okay. And then it's from my understanding, when I read the ordinance in the LDR, which this is currently zoned LDR, the maximum height is 35 feet or 2.5 stories.
That's correct.
That's the same as the medium-density residential.
Yep, that's correct.
So the only really height increase in this would be in the HDR, where they're allowed to go up, I think, to 40 feet in
Right,
height.
and outside of that buffer that was highlighted on the proposed rezoning.
Okay. You mean outside of the buffer?
Explain that, yeah.
Yeah, so there's the 36 acres that they're proposing
Oh,
to
oh,
zone
okay.
high-density residential, but
Yes.
the 40 feet would not be within that 300-foot.
Oh, correct, yes,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
yeah, okay.
In HDR.
Gotcha.
Right.
So when the, let's see, the fourth bullet point, the developer reserves the right and opportunity to maintain, improve, and operate the golf course and inclusive facilities. So that would, even though this, the rezoning, conditional rezoning takes place, they'll still be able to operate a golf course if they so choose going in, or at least some form of it.
That was the only one when I was a little surprised when I heard that. I mean, right during the, until a development comes in there, it would be a lawful nonconforming use effective November 1st of 2022. Otherwise, it's a use by right. Golf course is defined in the zoning ordinance as a 9-hole facility with, with the clubhouse and everything or less. If they have amenities that are not a 9-hole or, something less than a 9-hole golf course, they can do that, but they cannot, after the rezoning and subsequent to development, when they give up the use of the golf course, continue to have a golf course at that point, other than, a few holes that they may wish to have as a recreational, whether it's 3 or 4 holes.
Okay.
But nothing, it has to be less than a 9-hole as defined under the ordinance.
So the ordinance would govern that.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so, because the way it's mentioned here is a golf course.
Yes,
So,
so it's not going to be a golf course, and of course,
okay.
when you're reviewing this, you're going to be making a recommendation on which ones
Right.
to move forward to the township board and which ones to not, but that's a good clarification.
Okay. And just a comment, I know everybody talks about traffic, and actually the not having interconnectivity unfortunately creates more problems for our roadways, because it really limits people's options. So it's unfortunate, but I understand the nature of that. People don't want to be connected, but ultimately that's really one of the challenges in our community, and it really puts a lot of pressure on the county roads. And also, the community, I think, overall suffers in that regard. A couple of other questions. So I'm assuming that this goes through, there would be some type of tally that would be maintained to ensure that there's the 912 unit maximum. So the township would be required to kind of keep track of that as we go through any site plan requests. Is it?
Like a land use permit for every building, wouldn't they?
Yeah, it'd be a land use permit for every building.
Right, which that would-
Yeah, if it was done in phases, then they would get the, if it was an apartment complex, it might be one land use permit for that apartment
you'd know.
complex. Right.
Right.
So you can keep track.
Right. Is there, is this the first conditional rezoning that the township has, no, there's been other ones, correct? Okay.
Yeah, Bayview was
That's right.
conditional rezoned, and Alta Vista were two of the most
Okay.
recent ones.
Quite often.
And then the site plans, so they could come in and do different formats, so they could do site condominiums or apartment complex or anything of that nature, and those would be reviewed by the planning commission? Okay. Is there any public hearings that would be required as part of that?
Yeah, it would be, if this was approved, it would be use permitted by right, is what they're looking at, but it would still be public hearing.
So there would be a public hearing for each new development that would be subsequent to the conditional rezoning. Okay. And one other question, the stream buffer requirements, what is that requirement? That's in the ordinance, correct?
Yeah, if you look on the zoning map, you'll see that there's, one of the streams is subject to that 100-foot, or one segment of the stream corridor is subject, and so it's 100-foot building setback on both sides
On
of
both
the
sides of
stream.
The rest of them
Yeah.
are 50? The rest of the streams are 50?
Yeah, I think,
There's only one that's part of the Mitchell Creek.
yeah, and I would need to double check on whether or not, on what the setback is for the other ones.
Okay.
But there's only one that's delineated within that overlay district.
I guess when I look at this, under the current zoning, it's basically a density of 3 units per acre. What they're proposing would be 4 units per acre. So it's a little confusing, I think, for some people to look at the actual HDR and MDR zoning, because that density is not going to be able to be achieved. So what this will ultimately force, it certainly provides the opportunity for the developer to do a variety of different types of units, attached units, which they're not permitted under the LDR. But if they are going to be doing any type of duplexes, quadplexes, or whatever, multifamily, it's ultimately going to lead, and with the max knowing that they can only do 4 units per acre and an overall max of 912 units, it's going to create some amount of open space. And I think that's what they were referring to in terms of the terrain and not wanting to, have to land balance the site or anything like that. So to me, it meets the master plan. So I think it's pretty in concert to what was planned and what the township adopted as part of that master plan for this area. So those are my comments and questions.
Do you want to address the 3 versus the 4 units per acre in the LDR?
Yeah, theoretically, under a full build-out, you could get 4 dwelling units per acre, and that would just be with the 3 dwelling units plus 1 accessory. There can be 1 accessory dwelling unit per acre. That would be a theoretical full build-out. So.
Judy?
I just need clarification. So after November 1, the golf course could not operate? Is that what?
No.
No.
After November 1, the golf course of 2022, if the golf course continues to operate, it operates as a lawful non-conforming use, just as it would with any other zoning change, because the standards, for a regular zoning change that Mindy read off are the same for conditional rezoning on those standards, and it doesn't change the creation of lawful non-conforming uses. But once the golf course use has ended and development commences, you can't have a golf course in that new conditional zoning district. That zoning district, even though they've eliminated some of the possible uses they're even allowed to develop, that's part of the offer that they've made. Golf course is not a use in that district, so in the high density. So therefore, as an amenity, they can only keep something less than 9 holes. If they want to have a couple of holes for people, that's about it. But
And what date are we saying that would probably be?
when
We
the
don't know.
date that they end the golf course,
Okay,
period.
all right, all right,
Course could run
all right, okay.
And then I'll just add to that, though, if the golf course continued to run to the end of the conditional rezoning date, then the property, there's no development and no substantial construction, which is what, Doug mentioned, then the property reverts to its previous
Okay.
zoning classification.
Okay. And then on the bullet points, it talks about yard setbacks, and I think that in, help me out here, Claire, with single family, it's 10 feet, right? And then when it becomes duplex, is it 8? And then it goes, what is the apartment? Is that 6 or still 8?
I think it's based on zoning district.
Right,
So
so-
high-density residential, I think, is either 6 or 8.
Yeah, okay. So actually, the buildings could be placed closer than if they were single-family residential, is what I'm saying. Because we're changing the density and the type of
With this
building.
condition.
Yeah. It said yard setbacks appropriate zoning district. So if it becomes
MDR.
MDR, is it 10 or 8?
I think MDR is still 10, isn't it?
I thought it was
10 is LDR.
Okay.
10, 8, 6.
Oh, so you're right. So
8, yeah, so it becomes 8, so the setbacks are a little different.
MDR is 6,
Yeah,
which is up by the.
okay. Just wanted to make that clarification on that.
Get more green space.
Okay, thanks, Ted. And then I just want to address the thing, we're in a master plan year, so, and they're not starting until November to ask for this to begin. Help me understand and convince me why we would do this without finishing the current master plan and why we're going back 5 years.
Well, I'd let the applicant address that. This was an application that came before the Planning Commission, and so we are holding a public hearing based on that application. So I did speak with the applicant just about our timeline for the master plan. You know, we have an upcoming work session on the future land use map, but the future land use plan and the master plan probably won't be adopted for a year or so. And then after that, we begin rewriting the zoning ordinance. So just communicating that timeline with the applicant, they decided to proceed.
But the master plan already calls for this.
The new one?
The current master plan calls for up to 4 dwelling units per acre, and this, yeah.
Unless you were thinking about changing it to go backwards.
I'm just asking because we're in the midst of that right now, so I'm trying to make sure that, just a question, because we're getting lots of input again, you know, and people know we're in a master plan year, so I was just kind of wondering why we don't wait to really rezone it or keep it the same. But,
Well, just because we do a master plan don't mean we rezone it.
no, right,
Otherwise, it'd be rezoned now.
right.
You done?
Yeah, thank you.
Paul?
I was afraid you'd call me.
The writing was on the wall.
I tell you, this one, I, like Ted, would prefer to see it stay the way it is. We are in a process right now of the master plan. We are in a process of looking at the future of East Bay and what it looks like. Hammond is an area right now that's a main artery, but at the same time, it's not very developed. And my vision is always, when you drive down there, and I've said again and again, that I would, in any planning, we want to try and avoid some of the mistakes that have been made in the past, and as we can see, certainly, I always exemplify Airport Road. I mean, it just looks like an absolute hodgepodge. However, against that, we do need to develop some residents. I like the changes that have been made and the buffers that have been put in. I think that that goes a long way to helping some of the concerns of the separation between current residences and what might be out there. So I do like that. Still struggling with this, but I think there's some progress that has been made on this. I think that we can't confuse the fact that this is a conditional rezoning. The master plan could change the zoning anyway, and then you don't have those conditions, so you lose some of those protections. And I'm correct. Could you correct me? Does this trump any change we make in the future?
No. Once the conditional rezoning, the only thing that could possibly change potentially would be the zoning, but the change in the master plan wouldn't change the conditional rezoning. The zoning district remains the same.
That's what I'm saying.
It's locked in.
It's locked in, right, right. So, there's that. But I think that there's some benefit, and I think that, as I said, we can't confuse this between the rezoning versus the site plan. And I think the site plan is really where the rubber is going to meet the road, as to see exactly what is envisioned, where and how, and what is going to be built. So at this point, I have to say that there is a great need for residential building. So I'll leave it at that.
So I have some questions with regards to the future potential use of the golf course as a golf course. If part of the property is developed, can they do a 50-50 where they do a 9-hole and have, say, the HDR section developed?
Is that potential there? Yes, because the 9-hole is less intense than the 18-hole, so it's a reduction in a lawful non-conforming use. But ultimately, once the property is built out, the golf course has to be gone. So, but that's why I didn't want, the idea of them offering it later on is to keep it as long as possible, not as a lawful non-conforming use, as a use by right. But as a lawful non-conforming use, they're allowed to continue it under conditional rezoning, just like traditional rezoning. If you rezone the property, it would be a lawful non-conforming use. But as it shrinks, it can't grow again because they're voluntarily relinquishing that use each time they go into a separate phase of development.
Okay, I got you. Then the next thing on page 46 of 64, the very last sentence. I'm wondering why that's in a sub-bullet and not. It says, "This obligation shall be memorialized to run with the land and the controlling documents of the development."
I'll let the applicant address that from their proposed conditions. I can,
First of all, maintain the greenbelt buffer.
Isn't this whole condition running with the land?
Yes.
So why is that statement
The.
a
the-
part of a subpart of a
so-
subpart
so
of
the
a subpart?
Council for the neighbors put that line in there, but yes, all the conditions run with this document.
Okay, all right.
So I think, Mindy, what this is that they're putting in a restrictive covenant that applies to the property. So as it develops out, regardless of any change in zoning or otherwise, this is endemic to what's going to be on the property. So they'll run with the land, just like somebody else who puts in a restrictive covenant or a reverter clause in a private transaction. So it's not so much a zoning issue, although, obviously it's a condition that they're offering. It's not going to really impact the development scale or the zoning. It just will guarantee that they're going to have a 30-foot area dedicated as a green belt put into the real estate itself and running with the land as a restriction on the real estate.
The other ones were conditions of more of a site plan approval, 300-foot to 150-foot. This is actually an obligation of along there that they wanted it put in. So
So I guess my question is, when does this go into effect? Because, if we're going to potentially use the golf course for a couple more years, when are you going to plant the trees and?
well, the trees were to be planted when the adjacent phase was developed, so the golf course wouldn't be there anyways. I don't see any context where that would hurt any part of these conditions. It just reinforces it.
Okay.
I mean, it's probably something you'd be looking at the planning commission. What's the property development, once development begins? So it's a reference point.
Do we need to add anything in there with regards to the fact that that's going to be established by the developer and the township doesn't have anything? That it is in fact a deed restriction?
Well, it actually is proposed as a deed restriction. It's a little unusual. I haven't seen that before in conditional rezoning, but it's an obligation that they claim. And to the extent that we can, assuming you're going to recommend this to the township board, we may want to look at on that offer and talking to the developer that ability to enforce that restriction, normally done privately between parties, would also be allowed, that the township could enforce it as well. I think that's what you're looking for.
Okay.
So we'll ask the developer that.
And then Claire, with regards to these additional conditions, are you comfortable with them? Because there's the if and or whereas buts.
The only one that I see any concerns with is just, there's the one condition that says, unless otherwise required by governmental agencies, the developer agrees not to make any interconnection with the neighboring properties along the eastern and southern property line of the development. We do have section, I think it's 224 of the ordinance, access control measures. It does allow some flexibility in requiring, but in general, there is the goal, a stated goal in the zoning ordinance to have that access drive connecting parcels. So I think it could be reasonably placed, if possible, farther north towards Hammond, having an, access connection up there near auto owners, and that would satisfy this condition as well as our zoning ordinance. We also have challenges because when those adjacent subdivisions were developed, they didn't put in place those access connections, so requiring an access connection for this property wouldn't secure that access, but that's the only area that I think with the site plan review we'll need to take a close look at.
And I believe at least one of those was installed prior to section 224, so.
Yeah, Cherry Ridge.
Cherry
Right.
Ridge.
Plus there's private roads in there.
Yeah, so those private roads would have needed to have a reciprocal access agreement in place and recorded with the Register of Deeds to require connectivity between parcels in the future upon redevelopment, and that's not in place at this time.
And then the term that they're asking for, starting November 2022 through November of 2025. Is everybody comfortable with that?
Well, my question, is that incorporated in the rezoning up or down? Or is that condition of changing the dates and adding an additional year, is that incorporated in our vote on the rezoning, or is that a separate issue?
Part of the overall,
Part of the conditions.
part of what they offer.
But that's something that the town board, it's the one that it could adjust, correct? Or
Yeah,
cannot?
potentially, yeah.
Because the other ones we can't,
Recommendation, more than maybe a recommendation is correct.
right, but I mean, those other ones, from the way I understand it, in conditional rezonings, those have to be offered, but this is the one where the township may establish a timeline, so it does have some
That's still
flexibility.
independent of the township.
Yeah, because it's not up and down as in, okay.
The township has authority to decide how long the conditional rezoning is in place
Right.
under the statute. The statute doesn't have a minimum, doesn't have a maximum.
Okay. The only concern I have on that is that substantial construction. How do you measure that? What does that determine? How do you evaluate that?
I did provide, I think, a memo on it. There's quite a bit of case law.
Yeah.
Substantial construction under law is something more than mere preparation. Having a bunch of trusses, even if it's worth tens or hundreds of thousands, or wood developed or delivered to the site, is not substantial construction. Under the case law, substantial construction is, have you put in most or all of the infrastructure? Have you put in the roads? Have you built a substantial amount of foundations on any given phase of a development? That would be substantial construction that would have to be in place there. So mere preparation, hiring of contractors, none of that is substantial construction. You have to see it on the ground.
When we've done conditional rezoning, how many years have we extended that in the past? We did those 2. Was it 2 years?
I didn't see anything in the meeting minutes or staff report that had time that.
First time I can think of anybody.
Yeah, so I couldn't
Yeah.
find anything in the records
Okay.
that had a timestamp on it.
Okay. So then was that in perpetuity if we didn't put a date on it?
No,
No.
2 years.
2 years, right?
No, that
Or-
was,
That's not what the statute says, not the
Okay.
ordinance. I wasn't involved in the other ones, but you can, the statute says that the township may set a limit, okay? So it's really up to you to do so, and it usually behooves the township to do so.
We might have set a limit of 2 years.
Yeah, okay, I'd have to look at those records, I don't
I
know.
think we did, but
But I think it's a very good idea to do so.
Generally, it's 2 years, and then they have to come back and ask for maybe one extension.
Right.
We don't do a lot of these conditions.
Are there any other questions, concerns, comments?
Just one I got to ask about the golf course. When you said that it would cease, you're talking about the 18, but what could they actually have after that time?
Well, after the time, they have a lawful non-conforming use going into the zoning change.
As an
They
18?
can't grow, okay?
As an 18
As an
hole.
18, as what it is
Correct.
right now.
Right.
And as they develop it, if they could potentially go to a 9-hole, I don't know, I don't golf, maybe I'm part of those statistics. You know, I don't know if fly fishing's going up either, it's expensive too, but you know, as it declines, you know, you get to the point where it's a 9-hole, that would still be a lawful non-conforming use, because that would still be considered a golf course. Once they develop it out, if they leave a couple of holes or 3 holes as an internal amenity, it's no longer a golf course, and therefore it's no longer, you know,
Okay, so
unlawful,
when
it
you-
becomes an accessory use. as
When
to
you
the
said
development.
before the golf course goes away, you were talking about the 18-hole golf course.
Yeah, but I could foresee potentially they could, you know, shrink it down to 9 for a
Yeah,
while,
okay.
depending on the
I just wanted to
development,
know
you
that something could be there.
As long as they're continuing to voluntarily relinquish those uses over time, they can't expand it or bring it back again, you know, unless the development doesn't go and then it reverts to its previous.
No, I understand, but I just wanted to make sure that when you said went away, it wasn't totally away, something could remain.
Yeah, it depends on their timeline, that's correct. We don't know what that is.
All right, thank you.
When it comes to development.
Golf course. Another question. When does it go from a golf course to an amenity? When does it go from the public can use it to only the people?
When they go into the development, they cannot, if it's less than 9 holes, it has to be, it can be a private golf course too, they're allowed. But anything that's 9 holes or more is considered a golf course under the current zoning. Once it drops below that, and then, you know, maybe they have a putt-putt course there or something for the guests. We don't know that, okay? But at some point, once it becomes a lawful non-conforming use, and assuming they vest that use with permits and substantial construction, and they're shrinking it down, when they get past the 9 holes, they're no longer a golf course and can't operate one.
Thank you. We beat that to death.
Oh, you're allowed to mulligan.
I usually play snowman, so. What say you, Planning Commission?
I'd like to make a motion that we, what do you call it, refer it to the, recommend approval of the, whatever condition this is. What number are we on?
Look at 15 to 64.
15 what?
No, on page 15 is the recommended.
2-21.
15, well, how come it's not by the recommended zoning? Anyway, I recommend, I make a motion that we recommend to the township that we approve this recommended conditional rezoning, excuse me. God, I can't get it out. We've talked about it too long.
Ted, would you do it for the 3 years or 2 years? Because, my thing is that we need to maintain our consistency with what we did in the past, and I believe it was
So you want to change one of the conditions?
well, I'm just asking.
That's your offer, but you still
Okay.
have the statutory
Okay.
right, the township, to make a decision.
Okay.
Right, I
Okay.
think I'd like to leave it as is and let the township discuss that, because they have the final say. If I don't get a second, then we'll talk about that.
Okay, just asking.
I'll support that motion.
Are we going to add to that, the findings of fact that are included
Oh, yeah.
on pages
Definitely.
14 and
Sorry.
15?
Please add the finding of facts. All the legalese we have to do now.
And then, is the timeline included in this? Because that was something that was sent later, so do we need to verbalize the timeline in this motion?
Yeah, you can refer back to the communications from the applicant dated.
I thought that was part of, isn't that this one?
Yeah, the communications dated July 2nd.
I thought that was part of the conditions,
Okay.
the one they added.
So can you tell me if this is what your motion was or not? Recommend township approval
Recommend to the township.
to the township approval of conditional rezoning 2-21,
There it is.
including timeline conditions on email dated 7/2/21, and based on the finding of facts on pages 14 and 15 of the Claire Cardinal memo.
Wonderful, yes.
Is that what,
You're as good as Tubbs.
John, is that what you heard as well?
Sure, and what we're talking about is the conditions that were presented, so yes.
And the findings of facts.
We got the findings.
That's on the
She
Claire
mentioned the
Cardinal memo
findings.
on page 14 and 15.
Okay.
Yeah,
You don't get a memo.
So you're talking about these 3 pages, right?
correct.
Okay.
Any additional discussion?
This has the 3 years in it?
Yes.
Okay.
3 years starting 11/22.
Well, they get 3 years, they get 2 years and then they can ask for another year. So they get 3 years, they're just trying to skip the ask. And they do have the other big project that they're gonna get started on. And if we don't like that, then we'll rescind this one.
Judy, any more?
I'm
No?
good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do we have to vote on this, or is this in?
We haven't had a second.
Yeah, we do.
Did we? Oh, John. Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. My bad.
Thanks for checking me, though.
Yeah.
Okay, roll call vote, Leslie.
Roll call vote.
She has a feeling it's gonna go.
Mandy Walters,
Yes.
Judy Nemetz,
Yes.
Paul Gonzalez,
No.
Ted Hensel,
Yes.
John Sike.
Yes.
Vote passes.
Thank you very much.
You do a good job.
Take a break.
I felt-
Break till they're gone.
We're going to take a 5-minute break before we get to the Go Rec. resume the East Bay Township Planning Commission meeting. Next on the agenda is the sketch plan review for Go Rec. Claire, will you give us a rundown of the sketch plan review?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Gosh, I'm going to break it now, too.
You have enough?
Yeah, I was. Oh, I'm sorry. You okay?
You all right?
Well, I was cleaning out the zebra mussels.
Okay.
Sure.
So the sketch plan review, the purpose of it is really to allow a two-way dialogue between the planning commission and the township. It provides the opportunity for the applicant to provide kind of an overview of what they're proposing. The planning commission can ask questions. There's nothing legally binding, so there's no fee associated with this. It's more of an informal conversation and an opportunity for the applicant. So the GoRec site plan, which is in front of you, the site plan is really what's existing on site today. So they're not proposing development in a traditional sense, but accompanying that site plan is a narrative, kind of providing a pretty detailed overview of what their kind of current operations are and what they're looking to do in the future with GoRec. So the site that they're looking at is made up of 3 different parcels. It's totaling just shy of 500 acres. As many of you know, the property was historically known as Camp Graylick. It was used by scouts beginning in the 1920s. Over the past several months, staff has been working with legal counsel to document the legal non-conforming uses and structures as well, both on that property. And you'll see that there's a letter that's documenting that by the zoning administrator that's included in your packet. So traditionally, this property has been used primarily for activities associated with overnight lodging. This application would seek to expand the property to day use activities as well as some special events, including retreats, races, conferences, and weddings. The applicant is proposing a private park. That's a use that's permitted by right in the Lakes Area Zoning District. Unfortunately, our ordinance does not define park, nor is there any associated standards for park. So the Planning Commission will need to look at appropriate uses in other private parks to help guide the site plan review process. But I will mention that there's other standards that, it's not that because there's no specific standards to parks, they would still be subject to the site plan review, the Forks Lakes overlay, landscaping, lighting, parking. So all of that would still be applicable to the site plan review.
Can I interrupt you just for a second? What is Timber Ridge?
It's a private park. It's a private park.
But I think that it predated, I think that its approval predated the Parks zoning district.
Oh, so even though it's there, there's nothing in the zoning ordinance about it?
It was, remember he came in and rezoned it, and then he now is conforming.
So there must be something about parks in our ordinance.
She's saying there's no definition about parks,
Oh, okay. No definition.
of parks.
Okay.
And to be honest, I haven't really delved into Timber Ridge, and I know that it's been approved kind of piecemeal, so it's come in quite a few different phases, and some of the development there, Jellystone predated some of the zoning provisions, but that's something that we'll definitely want to take a look at.
He's coming in for another site plan.
We're going to be documenting our non-conforming uses and structures over the next, Leslie's going to be working on that, so we'll have a better feel for that.
What kind of rules he has to abide by.
Wait, I'm looking at this, it says public parks. Doesn't say private parks, right?
There's 3 locations in the zoning ordinance that talk about what type of parks are permitted in the Lakes Area Zoning District. There's a table with a schedule of regulations, and then there's a list under the Lakes Area, and then they list it again. So in 2 of those locations, it says that private parks are permitted by right, and in 1 location, it says just public parks.
Okay.
It's another reason that we're updating the ordinance for consistency.
Peter, is there anything you want to add before we go to the applicant?
Only that, remember when we talked about documenting lawful non-conforming uses, it's, in this situation, it's because I don't believe there's ever been a land use permit issued under zoning for anything that's occurred in this, on this property that I am aware of. Are you, Claire?
I think there were some land use permits for structures. that were
Okay,
put
for
in.
structures, that's right. Okay, there were a couple, that's right, from Leslie. But a lot of the uses on there were just ongoing since the 1920s, and that's what we were looking at in that timeline. You know, and the applicant also is responsible for providing the evidence of what is considered a lawful non-conforming use. And one area that we're not aligned with yet at this point and finished with has to do with boats, so watercraft.
What about the special events?
That's not even, you may want to ask questions.
Yeah.
Okay, who's here for the applicant? Can you come up to the lectern and give us your name, address, and tell us about the sketch plan review?
Yeah, hi, my name's Matt McDonough, 13170 Southwest Bay Shore Drive. I am the Executive Director of Rotary Camps and Services. I've got with me Jamie Lewis Hedges, he's the Director of GOREC, and then Krista Good, who is a board member of Rotary Camps and Services, and also a civil engineer that works for Beckett and Rader. He's not here in that capacity, he's one of our board members, but has done a lot of these types of projects in front of public entities like this, so, and he's been volunteering his time toward this effort, so. Well, thanks for the opportunity to attend the meeting, discuss and answer any questions related to our plans for GOREC. We want to express our appreciation, to the township staff and attorney that have worked with us to memorialize the legal non-conforming uses and other permitted uses that, Leslie noted in her letter to us last month. The basis of us pursuing the site plan approval is to seek approval of GOREC as a park pursuant to your township ordinance, to codify the other uses that we've planned for the property as put forth in our application, including public access and daytime educational programs. So we realize it's late, but we greatly appreciate your comments and concerns regarding our sketch plan submittal so that we can put forth a more informed site plan application for your consideration in the future. I can go through, the 5-page narrative if you'd like, just sort of as a summary, or just answer any questions you might have.
Well, we don't need the history. Just go through what you plan on doing.
Yeah, so if you go to page 3, the first full paragraph, says, GOREC's received permission from East Bay Township as a non-conforming use to provide the general public camping and cabin rentals year-round. About halfway down, it says, and it talks about the different uses there, snowshoeing, cross-country skiing, that the overnight campers can participate in all these different activities, canoeing, kayaking, shooting. And it says that GOREC's overnight campers may also participate in educational and training programs that include outdoor activities, like all those listed. Our plan is to expand all those uses that are afforded to the folks that can stay overnight there to folks that aren't staying overnight there. So if you've got friends and family in town, or somebody who's a resident or a visitor to the area, and they just want to come, take a lesson in wilderness first aid, they can do that. If they want to learn how to go cross-country skiing, they can come to our site, and with our partners with the Vasa Ski Club, they can do that. They can participate in an educational program. It's kind of like Norte does at Timber Ridge now with their mountain biking program. Norte is one of our partners too. So if Norte wants to do a mountain biking clinic during the day for area kids or even visitors' kids, we have the ability to do that. Right now, we don't. So we really basically want to continue all those uses that are allowed for the folks that are staying overnight to allow the folks who aren't staying overnight to do those activities.
Question. Is this a business? These people are paying to stay overnight?
Yes. We're a nonprofit corporation, aren't we? We have got a mission, that's put forth in page 1.
Is this Rotary or GOREC?
Well, GOREC is a program of Rotary Camps and
It is a
Services.
program of Rotary.
Yep.
Okay. So you're going to rent campsites?
Yep.
And are they, can I bring my 26-foot RV?
No, it's for tent only. We don't, with the roads and the infrastructure we have, it's really kind of limiting. We can't make the accommodations for
You're not
RVs.
planning on no RVs?
No.
It's just camp?
Tent only.
Tent campers?
Yep.
in non-motorized type activity.
That's correct.
And then it just funds Rotary.
Well, it funds the activities at GoRec, so staff for educate, that deliver the programming, maintenance, that type of thing. Chris wanted to.
Christy Good, 4013 Cedar Run Road. Boy Scouts, Cub Scouts, Girl Scouts, all prior activities paid to use that site.
Okay? But I thought the Boy Scouts rented it for like $1.
I couldn't shoot from the hip and tell you what those costs were, but, folks,
Hey,
but the point, Mr. Henschel, is that the activity of this, as you implied, it's a business, is no different than the past history for the prior decades.
It's no different than so I'm also in charge of the Discovery Center, and we have several nonprofit organizations that run their operations from there. I'll just pick on one right now, the Great Lakes Children's Museum. They run a museum on site. They require most of their folks who can't afford don't have to pay, but those who can afford pay an admission fee to go in and enjoy the Children's Museum. It's very similar. I think there may be the misconception that nonprofit organizations can't charge for services that are related to, providing goods and services to the public that's in relation to their mission.
well, and I understand if you're trying to recoup your costs,
Yeah.
that's understandable. I didn't know if it was a for-profit. I didn't know if somebody was renting this from Rotary, or I didn't know Rotary was running it, actually.
Yep.
I just wanted to make that clear.
Sure.
Makes a difference.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got a question on capacity. So if every spot was filled tonight, campers and everything, how many people would be on that site, potentially?
Gene, can you answer that question?
Roughly 300 to 400 if every campsite cabin were filled.
Okay. But, so, I guess that's what I would, there's the tent sites. So I'm looking at the letter from Leslie, the one that's dated 5/26, and it says 324 total tents at the 10 site areas. But then there's also some existing cabins there too, right? So I guess so when I counted the cabins, there was, it looked like there was maybe about 152 capacity in that based on, it looks like there was a couple different types. But then I'm just wondering on the tents, I mean, like what is, and obviously it depends on the size of the tent, but it seems like it'd be a lot more than that, potentially.
So under Boy Scout use, there were 11 sites, each of those sites having roughly 6 to 10 tent platforms that a canvas tent was put up on top of, and then there was 2 people each allowed in one of those.
Okay.
And so what we have done in the last 2 years is we have been in the process of removing those platforms in favor of just bare ground that someone can set up a tent and have a picnic table and a campfire.
Okay.
So that's changed the size to the less.
But there'd still be like, from here it says 324 total tents, right? And then in addition would be the cabins as well.
Correct.
Okay.
So 324 tents, wouldn't that be 650 people?
Could be.
I have a silly question. Where do they go to the bathroom?
We have facilities, that the health department is all, it's all been aware, the health department's been out several times to, look at our facilities to determine whether or not, they're adequate for the capacity that we're, anticipating. We're in the process right now of getting our application from Eagle for that, our permit for license.
Okay, I'm just telling you, because this is a sketch review, it's not a site plan.
Yeah.
I'm going to be very interested in seeing something from the health department. because that's a lot of people.
Sure.
There's got to be a lot of toilet flushes or something.
It's my understanding that the campsites now they don't have flush toilets on them, they have privies. And they have a trough with potable, is it potable, the water, the cold water that comes out of those? It is. But it's just cold.
Yeah, it's all we have wells that out there.
But they haven't been, when were they tested? We don't know. So Ted, like Ted said, that will probably be part of the report. And then secondly, is it privy?
Do we have any pit toilets out there? Yeah.
Yes, all of them at the 11 Everglades, Yosemite, all of those are privy, correct?
The health department calls them pit toilets.
Those are permittable, yes.
So they have a pit in them, so you have to have them pumped.
If they're, my understanding that if it's an earthen, they don't get pumped. If there's a containment basin, like a lime containment, concrete thing, then they'll be pumped.
I didn't know they allowed earthen ones anymore, but I'm not up on all that. So again, you'll have to prove all that to me
Folks,
when we come before
Well,
the
that doesn't
site
take it up,
review.
and then we can
Yep,
rely
that's what this is all about. We're trying to make sure you get your ducks in a row.
Oh, yes.
You might correct me if I'm wrong, but we're here to talk about the proposed park use.
Yep.
And we are discussing the current uses that are grandfathered in.
Well, I have a question. I see that most of the discussion about anything to do with the lake has been for either canoeing, sailing, kayaking, rowing, fishing. I'm talking about boats. And so obviously, there's no real motorized boats of high power. I presume maybe the fishing boats could have low power or none?
No.
Okay, but that's not where I'm going. Where I'm going is, because I saw that, and then I also saw that to get there, you got to transport your own boat, and you got to go 700 feet. But there was a washing station put in. How are you going to police that?
So, first of all, speaking to motorized boats, we have no intention on allowing motorized boats, and we're not seeking permitting for that as a part of this.
Good.
There were some motorized boats in the past that the Boy Scouts used, and over the last 2 years, we've removed those from the waterfront and have no intention on replacing them. In terms of policing, we have staff, we have surveillance, and we have signage up to make sure that people know what Michigan state law is, which is clean, drained, and dry for bringing in boats. When we educate people, we teach them the same thing. And what we would like to do moving forward when allowed is to have a boat wash station that we could also teach people how to use.
Put in a station, you say?
Yes.
You don't have one now?
Currently, we're not allowed.
Not allowed? Okay, thanks.
I think, as Mr. Wendling indicated, one of the areas where we're currently still in discussions is the issue with regard to the public access to the lake from this piece of property. And what we have conceded for the time being is that we are coming before you to seek a park land use permit. And as part of that, we're asking that we be allowed to, for our camping users, as well as public users, to utilize that 700-foot access path to launch craft by hand. And as such, we are not providing a wash station currently, because we believe that in providing a wash station, we would be stepping on the feet of the township, who's indicated that they're not sure that that's an allowed use for us right now. So we understand that within our grandfathered statement, we're allowed to use the boats that are on site and owned by GoRec. But we are currently not allowed. We're here before you to ask for the ability to open that access up for hand launch vehicles to the lake. So we do not have a wash station yet. Jamie would love to put a wash station in, but we don't have that yet.
Okay, thanks.
It's my understanding, though, it's not only Rennie Lake you have access to. You have access to Bass Lake and Spider Lake. What do you propose to do at those two sites, and to keep people from going from one lake to the other?
We don't have developed access points for that? Our use area is on Running Lake?
We have frontage on those two lakes, but we do not have access points.
Developed access.
Right. We're not asking.
There are access, but it's not developed access.
It's just like the
And-
state, the state has, access on all the different inland lakes, but it's like frontage, do you know what I mean?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, so to answer your question, we don't have any, well, we have, our ownership goes up to that. We don't have any developed access. We don't have, places for, developed places for people to park, to, unload a boat and get in, so.
I guess I'm curious as to what you're suggesting or what you're curious about.
I'm curious about people transporting kayaks, canoes, boats during the three bodies of water.
From our property,
Yes.
okay.
So we do have frontage on those three. Spider Lake is practically inaccessible. We have people during the wintertime that use Hobbs Highway as an access to get on Spider Lake for ice fishing. It's not pragmatic for us to have users cross Hobbs Highway to access that. Bass Lake has the Scout Camp Road that runs across and has about 5 feet between the edge of Scout Camp Road and Bass Lake. And then on the other side of that are some trees and then our main parking lot. We know that people access that lake when we hear that people have used our property to bring in motorized boats. We have been actively calling law enforcement to try to put a stop to that. If somebody were in a date in the future where we're allowed to do so, if they were to move a watercraft from Bass Lake to Rennie Lake, they would have to go across the main parking lot, which is where our boat wash station would be. And so they would literally have to go right by it and have that opportunity to clean up.
I believe that there's pretty easy access. There is a pathway down to Spider Lake. There is a water point off of Scout Camp Road that is easy access. I just don't know how you're going to keep them from going from one lake to the next and bringing invasives in.
That's good feedback.
Yeah, I mean, we'll look at seeing if there's ways to put in some physical impediments to just keep on like.
You had a question, I was kind of get back to what I was talking about. You have overnight people, but then you have day visitors. Do you have any idea, I know it's kind of early on, like, would those be considerable numbers, or how does your programming, how would that day program work? I mean, it would be obviously year-round, but different types of offerings. I mean, I guess what I'm trying to get is like, what do you see the demand or potential number of people that could be coming to this, say if you were kind of built out based on what your concept is?
As you mentioned, it would be shooting in the dark to try to imagine what that could look like. Right now, we see anywhere from 20 to 30 people come in on a day to access the property for hiking and disc golf. So something on the tune of that. If it grew, we could see more. I don't know exactly how to get at a hard number on that.
Well, I was just kind of getting an idea, you're going to be doing some program, I was just wondering what, from like a marketing standpoint, and you want to go in this direction, I'm just trying to get an idea if you have any, of these programs where I mean, obviously you're coming up, I think what you're just trying to do is see what your options are, but I was just wondering if you investigated it any more, and maybe you haven't.
That's correct. In terms of, what was your feedback?
Well, I was just going to say, I was going to ask Jamie this question. If you think about the programs that you've had or programs that you're modeling yours after, those are usually capped at, 20 people per, type of thing, or less, so if it was 15 to 20 and you may have, on a great day, 6 programs running concurrently.
Okay.
That's 120 people, right?
Okay.
Does that help answer your question?
Yeah,
Like, at
because
any given
I guess
time,
when we
he would
look
have
at
to
this.
increase his staff considerably and have, some pretty good partnerships, well-established, wanting to do that level of programming on a consistent basis. I mean, if you had 120 people there for 8 hours a day engaged in programming, I think we'd be knocking it out of the park.
Okay, that's why I was trying to get some scale here, because it's mentioning all these different activities, and I'm just trying to say, like, obviously it depends on how much the facilities are developed and can accommodate people. I was just trying to get an idea of what are we really talking about? Because it's a sizable parcel of land there, but it's also, a lot of activities in that. So I just need to kind of get an idea of that.
Just to speak to that, like right now, the courses that we offer, we maintain ratios of 1 instructor to 8 or 10 people as an industry standard for teaching outdoor technical skills. So if we had 20 people, we'd have to add another instructor. So we were just recently talking about what our capacity was. Right now, we are held to 2 instructors times 8 to 10 people. That's 20 people for a morning, maybe an afternoon. So 40 people a day with our current capacity. And secondarily, to be clear, we're not talking about developing anything as a part of this site plan, just as is structures on the ground.
Okay.
And I would add to that, that's the key aspect of this, is that we had a user, the Boy Scouts, who brought campers on a regular basis, bought day users in the form of Cub Scouts who came to use it during the day, did not spend the night. There's a history of that. And our goal here is, as Rotary, as owners of this property, which has conservation easements on it, which the goal is to have opened this land up to the public. We no longer have a user who's looking for exclusive rights to the property, that being the Boy Scouts trying to protect the boys, and their use of that property. We're trying to open it up. There's a long-standing history of that being a public use. The public use for a period of time was the Boy Scouts. And now we have these existing facilities, and when we speak to capacity, John, what we're looking to is to maximize the use of the capacity that is there in the form of these existing structures and facilities. And so to continue that legacy for the use of the public, for the use of the residents of this township and users from outside, and to sustain it in a way that allows it to be maintained and to have continued use of that 500 acres for the next 100 years, as it's been used by the public for the last 100 years. So when we speak to that capacity, I think what's important to recognize is that the transition from the Boy Scouts to GOREC only happened a few years ago. In our operational plan, as we were engaging, and really Jamie here was just getting geared up with his staff to start to lead this new phase of the use of this 500 acres of land. And we got hit with COVID, which really disrupted that. And staff was resilient. They continued to do things that have been education for the public. But then as we were nearing getting out of the COVID early in this year, it came to our attention that the change in use triggered the need for the township to take a look at what we're doing out there, which is why we're here today. So again, I get back to the capacity is the same capacity that the Boy Scouts sustained over decades. And I think that we're hearing some objections from the residents on the lake, and I hope that they'll be patient with us and allow us to present our plan. We're here to hear what your concerns are. But, John, speaking to capacity, those facilities have a capacity, and we're hoping to have that capacity filled in a way that will sustain this piece of property and the infrastructure that's there. So I think that's the main goal of what we're seeking.
A question in the third paragraph on page 3 of the description, it says, it also wants to continue the historic Boy Scout and user group users for events such as ceremonies, parades, retreats, races, conferences, weddings, and memorial services. So you've already had those types of activities going on currently? Okay, that's why I thought I read that.
And the Boy Scouts did when it was under, sorry. Yeah, the Boy Scouts had a lot of those, and we've got it all documented, during their lease of the property.
So it's kind of more just different, not same activities, but maybe a different people that are coming to there as opposed to Boy Scouts. It's going to be general public.
Right.
Doing those things. Okay.
And I think when staff reviewed the kind of the historical perspective, we found they provided documentation that these events occurred on a somewhat infrequent basis. And so, we would be looking, that would be, comparable to like a transient activity permit that you receive, 2 or 3 times a year for a triathlon or a large event, that it's not something that's happening every weekend.
There were activities like, sporting groups, and I think about, cross-country teams, football teams, things like that would lease the camp from the Boy Scouts, late summer for kind of training and team building, teamwork kind of activities. So we want to continue those kinds of uses when we can make those accommodations.
Yeah, and I'll add to that, that part of our problem in documenting the historic record is it is actually somewhat elusive. That historic record is somewhat elusive, and we are continuing to dig into the resources that we have available to document what has been happening over the last 100 years on that piece of property.
Paul?
No.
Judy?
Yeah. Yeah, I have some questions. I do recall a triathlon or something like that about 4 or 5 years ago, and you didn't confine it to your properties. Will these things be confined to the properties? Because they were on Rennie Lake Road, they were between Hobbs and Rennie Lake. I hike out there, I know their property like the back of my hand, and frankly, it was disturbing as a hiker. Secondly, I have a concern because the neighboring properties, one of your neighbors is Brown Bridge Quiet Area, which has a different philosophy than you're presenting. And I have great concern on that because you do butt right up against that property, and when you cross Ranch Rudolph Road there, I know that well, and there is a different set of rules. I noticed that I don't see the kind of same conservation happening on the Go-Rec properties as I do see on the neighboring quiet area. And I do, like I said, I do with 400 sites and maybe a potential of 600 people crossing over into your neighbors and other areas, state land, and the lakes, which we are going to discuss about being in a public trust. It's really not our property, but it has certain criteria that we need to look at. I have a concern with how do you access you can't drive back in many of those sites. Are people going to be carrying all of their equipment back in there? Well, what is the, I guess I have a concern because I'm not sure the oil well things are roped off or confined for, can people get in there? I see a lot of the derricks still remaining, and, I mean, how do you get back in there? You walk back in.
Can you speak to the oil access, then I'd like to come back and answer your earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, so to speak to the oil and gas stuff, yeah. So some of the derricks are inactive at the moment. We just are entering into some new leases right now for some of those well sites to be redeveloped. As you say, the public does use the property now. They tend to use, sometimes they use some of those two tracks for hiking, but we haven't had any problems to date with people. Those well sites have got a fairly active presence by the oil and gas companies that operate those. We've yet to have any problems on site with, vandalism or anything like that, or, any kind of public, interface with those well sites. They've been there for, since the 50s. So, does that answer your question on that aspect?
Well, yeah, and are any of them orphaned right now?
Well, there's a couple that are shut in, but they are, and there's some that have been, that were dry wells where there's no equipment. But again, like I just said, we just entered into a new top lease, so many of those are going to hopefully be redeveloped.
Right, and the longevity of those is another 15, 20 years?
Let's hope so.
What are they saying?
Absolutely. The more, the better.
If.
Those dollars fund great work. That money gets channeled to Rotary charities and funds great projects in the community. So we're hoping that we can stretch the life of those wells as long as we can.
And then what's your plan to address the neighboring properties?
For Brownbridge Quiet Area?
Yes.
Well, as you see on the map, most of the development that, our current development, again, we're not looking at increasing any additional development to the south. In fact, the conservation easement prohibits further development on the south, 2/3 of the property, half of the property. We know that Brownbridge Quiet Area is governed differently than ours is, because it's a quiet area governed by the city and their steering committee. Our activities, our programming, and most of our activities are focused on the northern portion of the property. Doesn't mean that people can't go down there and hike, just like they could hike at Brownbridge, but we don't have any plans to develop any, we do have some mountain bike trail development that's happening on our property a little bit, and really connecting it to the north over to the Muncie Lakes trailhead trails and to the Vasa single track trails, so that it's really our area is kind of a hub for people to come and stay, learn about safe ways to mountain bike, and then if they wanted to come up from downstate and camp there with their mountain bikes, then they can actually access some of our other recreational resources from our property, from a trailway. But we're not looking at, promoting people to go down into Brownbridge to do anything other than what's allowed there, hike.
I think Matt summed it up there. I would say that in terms of the management of the property and toward conservation, that is very much the vision and the value of what we're doing at the Go-Rec property. In the last 2 years, we've worked hard to mitigate impacts that have been there for the last 100 years and to improve it towards the natural state. And the big piece that we're asking for is the opportunity to be able to teach the public the best way to interact with the outdoors and not leave any more of an impact than footprints. And so that's how we're asking for this park use, because that would be commensurate to what we're trying to do with that.
And then how supportive have you been to the area Lakes Association regarding such series as polls or any educational series that they to support the community?
We offer opportunity for area organizations to come and use the property. As mentioned, we have a number of partners that we work with on property to use the facilities for education similar to ours, and we support that in any way that we can.
For a fee, is that right?
Yes, we have to keep our lights on, fix our buildings, and the fees that we garner for that helps to do that.
Is Rotary's intent to maintain the property in perpetuity, or what is it going to eventually just become Go-Rec?
Right now, we're kind of testing this out. We'd like to see if we can make this, go of this. There's a lot of planning and kind of visioning for the property that was done, and we thought, well, this could be a good reuse of the property, of this existing, camp property. Many properties that closed that were owned by actual scout organizations were sold, and we said, well, we don't really want to do that with this. This is part of Rotary's heritage. It's what made Rotary Charities, and the Rotary Club of Traverse City the richest Rotary Club in the world. So we wanted to, before we considered selling it, we wanted to really, see how else could we reuse this, and we came up with some of these. If you look at GoRec's goals and the values about, well, let's use this as a way to teach folks how to appreciate the outdoors, how to, do leave no trace camping and things like that, so that, we're kind of using it as a platform to create better stewards out there, so that when all these recreational folks are out there using public land and camping, they're doing it in a more thoughtful way.
And I guess I'm trying to figure out, I think that that there would be an increase of population there as opposed to what was the use in the past. And I know there's no way for you to determine what the future use will be, but I've never seen 324 campfires going at once on that property ever. And that could be a potential, is what you're telling us.
Yeah, well, in terms of the actual numbers, I don't know right now. We'll have to look at the number of campsites and what's reasonable. So, we do know we've had, I think it's up to 500 or 600 Boy Scouts there at any given time.
Folks.
Okay, that's okay. All right, thank you. Mhm. Sure, thank you.
I realize it is difficult for people to comprehend the historic uses of this piece of property over the past 100 years, but Matt's not making these numbers up.
I have a couple questions about the past weekend, 4th of July. How many campsites were being used, and how many employees were on site at that time?
We rotate employees out every day, so we have at least one person on campus every day of the week. And, barring extenuating circumstances. This weekend, I believe we had 2 campsites and a cabin that were rented out.
When do you have the most amount of campers on site?
When do we do? I would have to look at the records.
I mean, is it winter and snowshoeing, or is it, summer that you typically get them?
Summertime is typically the busy season, between roughly May and August.
And are employees on site 24 hours? 24/7?
Not necessarily 24 hours, no.
Okay, and my next question is, I have not been out there, so I apologize, but to get to these campsites, can an ambulance get back there? Folks, please be respectful.
We can document that with
Pat Parker's been out to do that kind of an assessment for us, and he said that they're all accessible. And Judy, I think you had a question as to whether or not people had to carry all their stuff in. Jamie, I don't think that was answered.
There are some sites that, from those 11 sites that we mentioned, there are some of them that we have identified for walk-in only. Others are able to drive in.
And then parking. If you've got 120 people coming for an event, is there parking for 120 vehicles, plus employees, plus volunteers, plus?
Yes.
If you're asking for a paved, marked parking lot, no. We're not in the business of providing that, nor would we want to impact this site with all the parking spots that would be required in a formalized parking lot.
No, I want to make
But-
sure that those parking spots are on the
Yes.
property and aren't disturbing anybody else's
Right.
access to their homes,
But we-
impeding the fire department to getting to homes, the ambulance, that kind of thing. Is there a parking on the property for all those people?
I'm trying to distinguish between 2 factors. One, we do have a paved parking lot on site that provides for a portion of the parking. For larger events, for larger populations on campus, there would be an expectation that there's a plethora of dirt parking, as has been used in the past. that would allow for access of fire protection vehicles, emergency vehicles, and plenty of space where there could be unpaved parking provided that would not be in the public right-of-way and would not impede access to any of the other the folks that have to use Scout Camp Road, for example. We're not looking to provide parking or ask for parking on any public right-of-ways. We have all the capacity we need. I was only trying to distinguish between the portion of paid parking that we have that we are not looking to expand, and the overflow parking would be managed by all of the land that's available to us.
And then you mentioned that somebody is developing trails right now.
Just a little bit, some single-track connections.
And Claire, are you comfortable with that? Do we need a tree survey and make sure the trees aren't being?
No trees are being removed. We've got a conservation easement on the property with the Grand Rapids Land Conservancy that we have to comply with, that really governs vegetation removal quite strictly.
More strictly than the township ordinance.
Does the township have a copy of that conservation easement?
We do.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would say, our ordinance is very protective of tree removal in that first 50 feet setback. Beyond that, we don't have anything regulating. In any type of development review, we need to document the location of trees. As far as trails are concerned, we don't have anything in our ordinance regulating trail development. But for public use, that would probably be something we would take a look at if it was, a public facility.
Go ahead.
I just got a couple comments. One, in terms of feedback on the use, I think it's a great reuse or adaptive reuse of that facility. And I know in this area, we have a lot of facilities, but we don't have a lot of good programming and that type of training and for users out in the wilderness. And so I think it's a really good idea. I think that's something that is really lacking in this area and could be a great opportunity for people that live here as well as visitors here to have that type of experience. And I do have a little concern with calling it a park, because it seems like it's more like it's more than a campground or camp. And I know we're trying to work within the ordinance, but I just think the ordinance really doesn't talk about it. When it mentions parks, it talks also about preserves, open space, and conservation areas. And I'm thinking a portion of this is, but the active part is not. And I guess my only thought on this, why I'm concerned about this, is when we're looking at developments and reviewing them, we're not necessarily concerned about the owner or, who's the operator. We're concerned about the use and the activity. So if we get potentially another application somewhere down the road, how we handle this will set, to some degree, some precedent. It could be different, but it seems like where our ordinance is really kind of falls short. Like what you're doing is something a little bit different. And I don't know if this is really truly what I would consider a park based on what the ordinance was putting out there. So I don't know if this really should have some type of way it should be better addressed, whether it's in the existing ordinance, whether there's a text amendment or something like that be considered. And I only throw this out there just from the standpoint that it's not so much this operation, but how we handle these operations. And you mentioned about Timber Ridge. I'd be really curious if that has really been how that was addressed. And maybe that is the precedent, and maybe that needs to be followed. But that's some of my concern on this, is just not so much the use, but process and how we would review the use.
Anything else?
Yeah, I have a question about how much of the land is, so Is it 200 and some acres in the Conservancy?
No, the entire property is encumbered with the conservation easement. Sorry, the entire property is encumbered with the conservation easement. There's two areas. There's like a camp area for the northern third or northern half, and then the southern area is kind of like the preservation area. The camp area, it was developed, I actually authored it when I worked with the Conservancy for 17 years and was the one that actually worked with the Boy Scouts and Rotary on the easement. The easement allows for expansion of buildings, and I think it was up to like 4 times their current footprint. Or is it twice the size, twice their current footprint? We did a few different camp easements, so I can't keep them all straight in my head. So, there's a set square footage of how big, or how much impervious surface the current infrastructure is. There can be a doubling of that, but it has to stay contained in that northern third-ish. Does that answer your question?
Okay, so what you're saying, so there is I believe there's some information in there that talks about commercial use, and one of them, you need permission to have, to use commercially, and part of the part of
We reached
that?
out to the Conservancy to see if our proposed uses conformed with the conservation easement, and they said that they did.
Well,
I don't have the easement in front of
yeah.
me, so I can't
Okay.
really speak to the
Well,
specifics of
Well,
that.
it does speak to commercial, so I think we
Yeah,
need
I know.
to look at that.
Yeah, it
and-
does, and they approved it.
Yeah, well, I don't know that, because I don't have the approval.
Would you like a copy of it?
Sure.
When you come back for your
Sure.
Sure.
Yeah, you bet. Yep.
In addition, I know that we worked with the city attorney to talk about Brown Bridge being a parkland, and I think there are some definitions in there that maybe we want to look at too, and see what that's, and it says, she suggested, and I can't, I'm not an attorney, but she suggested that we at least operate for 8 years as a park prior to being considered a parkland. That's one of the criteria, and then there were a few others, but I'll share those with you. So, yeah, I have a concern about that too, because having worked with parklands and parks, I'm not sure that fits the criteria. But I think we need to look at it. Thank you.
So, I have just one more question then. Could Rotary sell this property?
Yes.
Could sell it and then what?
Yep, absolutely.
The Conservancy doesn't have any bearing on that?
Not at all.
The only thing is, because I did look at that conservation easement, and that would run with the property, if my recollection is.
Yeah, the easement stays in place. It survives transfer of title. So if we wanted to sell it or, give it to the township or, sell it to somebody for another use, that's allowed for in the easement.
Does that mean that it couldn't be developed as residential?
That's correct. Yeah, I've got to look at the actual provisions, but I think residential uses are prohibited on it, except for maybe caretakers, and staff kind of thing.
If you got Rennie Lake to build a bunch of houses?
No,
No,
can't do
that
that.
conservation easement would run with, it runs with the land.
Yep.
Do another Lakemore.
Yeah, no more Lakemore.
Do you have any questions for us?
No, this has been really good. Thank you.
Actually-
And, John, Chris got some.
In reviewing your submittal requirements, we did have a couple of questions with regard to what you would expect from us with regard to the application for site plan review. I hope we've made you conscious and aware of the intent that we're seeking site plan approval for use of the existing facilities as they are right now. We are not proposing any physical improvements to the property associated with the permissions we're seeking for the site plan approval. That said, there are a number of submittal requirements that would be, because your site plan review application is formed with the expectation of site improvements being associated. So we're assuming that it would be reasonable to expect that you would waive any of the requirements.
You're going to have to work with Claire and Leslie and figure out exactly what needs to be in the package.
Okay. And we can do that. I'm just hoping to not show up here with a completed application 2 months from now and find that there was a requirement that you were expecting that we didn't provide because it didn't seem appropriate. So, and I recognize that any comments you'd have would be non-binding tonight, but we would seek that input, and we're hoping to bring forth a complete application in your eyes.
Once we see the application, then there might be things come up that we don't know about at this point. That's the bad part about a sketch. But
Right.
it's still nice to get some of it under your belt.
Absolutely, and John can speak to my awareness of that. I actually serve on the Planning Commission in Garfield Township, and he works as our planner. So I'm very aware of the position that you're in and the questions that we're asking you tonight. But that said, we do look forward to bringing back a complete application to you in 2 months. We do appreciate the input. We are going to be standing by and listening. I'm assuming that there's going to be some public comment from the folks that live on the lake. And as you will be listening, we too will be listening and hoping to formulate our application to be responsive to the points you've made tonight, as well as the points that we expect to hear as this meeting progresses.
That's it, thanks a lot.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is public comment for anything that was on the agenda this evening. Please come to the podium, state your name and address for the record. We do encourage you to be brief because it is 9:30. But we do encourage anybody that wants to speak to please come to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your time and service. My name is Mary Thompson. I live at 5551 Scout Camp Road on beautiful Little Rennie Lake. GOREC seeks to be deemed a park under our zoning laws. I suppose this means they won't have to seek a PUD or a sloop to run their commercial business. I've already sent you a letter regarding my legal arguments against this. I won't repeat it here. However, as a brief reminder, your own attorney suggested that GOREC seek a PUD. Let me instead list what GOREC would be able to avoid if we go this route, and I will do it quick. These things are all part of the sloop and PUD procedures, laws that you enacted to ensure such a development would fit and make sense in a neighborhood. While park has no definition or procedures outlined, the sloop and PUD procedure would provide a great deal of information and a rigorous examination of the development since, and this is a quote from Section 600 of the zoning ordinance, due to the nature of the use, special land uses require special consideration in relation to the welfare of adjacent properties and to the community as a whole. The proposed commercial campground fitting at least 600 overnight renters, and an event center, all with access to the small 238-acre Rennie Lake, needs this special consideration. Under the sloop procedure, GOREC would have to provide the necessary information to give adequate consideration for such a facility, the impact on adjacent properties, an environmental impact assessment. Further, it would require all necessary campground permits from state and local government before it could open. In addition, the Planning Commission could recommend conditions for the protection of individual property rights. This should be done since our riparian rights could be unnecessarily and unreasonably interfered with if the lake were to become overcrowded, overfished, or have the devastating effects of aquatic invasive species. Our riparian rights must not be ignored for the sake of a private entity operating a commercial enterprise. If simply deemed a park, very little information would be required from this applicant. By contrast, if the sloop and PUD is required, the following items are some that would have to be addressed, which would benefit our community: the impact on adjacent properties, the effect on emergency service requirements, traffic circulation pattern and volume, environmental impact assessment, and public safety reports. Any conditions the board may attach to the permit for the benefit of the community, such as noise regulation and environmental impact of the valued natural resource that are our lakes, all three of them. An assessment that that the use shall be compatible with the adjacent neighborhood. We're zoned very low-density residential. This is anything but a low-density residential campground. An assessment that the development is compatible with the natural environment. including Brown Bridge. The development is consistent with the township's master plan. I could go on. There are many more items that would need to be considered, including a management plan for rowdy and noisy behavior. And when there's no staff, we've been told they won't have the money for staff for overnight presence. And if anything happened after 5, we should call 911. So, you know, there's many more items that would need to be considered, and we as the public have the right to weigh in on them. If you simply deem this property a park, we would be deprived of the opportunity to get your help in forming a facility that makes sense not only for GoRec, but for the community in which it resides. We ask that you thoroughly examine this situation, and you should deny this park request and require a sloop and PUD permit. This would be the right, lawful, and judicious thing to do. As Mr. Syke pointed out just 1 week ago tonight, such large developments should be permitted by special land use permits, that going forward with developments, the commission needs to consider this. Like Lakemore, this is a large development which needs your scrutiny, and it's going under a vague definition, just like Lakemore did with Cabin Court. You've all acknowledged the mistakes that were made in that, and that's because of the procedure that was used. So we need to use the sloop and PUD procedure and to give this development the planning and the thought that it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. Votes, please.
Karen Smith, 1330 Cants Road. I just wrote mine down because I don't do it. My husband and I have family been here 54 years. We look at the Boy Scout camp from our home. Okay, the concerns that we have are not so much the camping, and I mean a limited number, not 600. There were never 600 Boy Scouts there. I mean, in 50 years, we've never seen 100 people there, 150, except when they did the triathlon. So the concerns that we have, besides the number of the people, are the number of rowboats, kayaks allowed on the lake at a time. We're accustomed to the Boy Scouts. We're accustomed to their canoes, their sailboats, and their rowboats. And that's what they had. They had one pontoon. In 50 years, I've never seen anything motorized other than one pontoon that they had out there when they had all their scouts out there learning sailing and stuff. So that's one thing that's our concern, is that at that time, they would have like 24 to 30, maybe at the most, canoes, kayaks, whatever, out on the lake at a time. They never had more than that. Our lake is 230 acres. Everybody keeps saying 230 to 240, whatever. But this is high water. When it's low water, we have maybe a third of that amount of lake. We might have 130 acres of water. So when the water's low, it doesn't, I mean, if you approve with their plan how many boats or canoes or kayaks they can put in, and I'm hoping, just like the Boy Scouts, it's only the ones that are stationed there. I know nobody uses rowboats anymore, nobody uses canoes anymore. Everybody uses kayaks. So if they had their own kayaks and put them out there, remember that if however many you allow them to put out there, we as boat owners and property taxpayers, we would still like to be able to use our lake and not be overrun with kayaks and or rowboats. So in closing, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's keep the applause down. Thank you.
Hello, we meet again. So I told you I'd bring science to this board.
Name and address,
I'm sorry,
please.
my name is Ralph Bednars. I reside at 1380 Autumn Trail on Rennie Lake, just three lakefront parcels from the GoRec property. So I told you I'd bring science to this board, and that's what I'm doing again tonight. First, I want to thank all the commissioners for listening to my comments tonight and during previous Planning Commission meetings about the importance of the unique lakes of the Forest Lakes District. Being a lakefront property owner on Rennie Lake and a retired limnologist from the state of Michigan, DNR and DEQ, I have a unique perspective of lake ecology and the importance of protective lakes management in the Forest Lakes District. Tonight, I want to comment about a critical factor that Rotary Camps and Services and GO-REC management is misleading township staff and the Planning Commission regarding opening the GO-REC waterfront to public boat access on Rainy Lake. That is the proposed protection measures for aquatic invasive species, otherwise known as AIS, and the effectiveness of improper boat wash equipment to stop AIS introduction to lakes. Michigan defines invasive species as one that is not native and whose introduction causes harm or is likely to cause harm to Michigan's economy, environment, or human health. Several invasive aquatic plant species have widespread distribution in Michigan, including, and I'm sorry for these terms, Eurasian water milfoil, curly-leaf pondweed, starry stonewort, Phragmites, and purple loosestrife. These species have significant harmful effects to both the environment and the economy. Rainy Lake has small infestations of the invasive wetland plants, Phragmites and purple loosestrife, but no other AIS. The nearby Spider and Arbutus lakes have been infested with these species and other AIS via the DNR public boat launches on these lakes. I have not heard of nor monitored for AIS in Bass Lake. I don't have any idea what's in that lake. Phragmites has been chemically treated on Rainy Lake, including the GO-REC waterfront, and biological control is effective against purple loosestrife. However, Phragmites occurrence along the Rainy Lake shore has increased since being treated back in 2012, 2013, that time frame. And a second plant-specific treatment is advised. The bigger concern for Rainy Lake is the potential for the introduction of the other common AIS mentioned previously, as well as zebra mussels, rusty crayfish, the New Zealand mud snail, and other AIS watch list species via public boat access at the GO-REC waterfront. Boat launching at public access sites is the main vector of AIS introduction and spread on Michigan lakes and across the nation. Unfortunately, once established, AIS populations take hold, there is little hope for eradication. And once a lake is infected, the management responsibility, including financing the effort, usually rests with the lakefront property owners, not the state, the county, or local units of government. So, public introduction and spread of AIS in a lake can become an expensive annual control issue for the riparians. Established boat wash stations run by trained technicians at public boat launches can slow the spread of, but not stop, AIS. Additionally, the boat wash stations need to have the capability of delivering high-pressure hot water, 120 to 140 degrees Fahrenheit, and all boat surfaces, exterior and interior, and trailers must be cleaned, drained, and dried to be effective. The last factor, drying, is critical. The DNR recommendation, after a boat has been cleaned and drained, is to dry the boat and trailer for 5 days in the sun prior to use. So, the use of a basic power washer in the GO-REC parking lot for public boats brought into Rainy Lake via the GO-REC waterfront will not protect the lake from AIS. A properly designed boat wash station with high-pressure hot water and cleaning equipment would need to be built and run by trained technicians 24/7, and all boats brought in by the public would need to be cleaned, drained, and dried for 5 days prior to launching into the lake to reduce the chance, just to reduce the chance of AIS introduction. The Rainy Lake community's recommendation to GoRec management and Rotary Camps and Services on several occasions has been to only rent human-powered watercraft at GoRec with use only on Rainy Lake, not cross-use on Bass and Spider Lakes or other water bodies. This is the practice the Boy Scouts followed for 6 or more decades at GoRec waterfront, and I am not aware of any issues with AIS other than Phragmites, nor overcrowding during their tenure. By allowing only on-site rental watercraft and use only on Rainy Lake, both the number of watercraft and ability to guard against AIS are controlled. If you do not limit GoRec to on-site human-powered watercraft rental only, I ask that you require a proper boat wash station and AIS control measures as described previously. I also ask that you require GoRec to provide annual AIS monitoring and a $100,000 surety bond for treatment and control measures should any AIS infestation occur via the GoRec waterfront as a result of public boat access. Thank you for appreciating my comments, and thank you for your service to East Bay Township and its residents.
Thanks, Ralph.
My name is Janice Russell. I live at 1288 Autumn Trail. I virtually abut the GoRec property, right on the end there. Their lack of staff is very concerning. I've had people come walking over the hill, walk into my property, and stand on my dock. I've had people have beer bottles in my yard. I've had their Frisbee golf interfere with my private existence in my property. They don't have the staff to oversee any of these people. Imagine my surprise one morning when I woke up to 50 to 75 swimmers running by with a big buoy in my yard, in my front, so I couldn't even get my own pontoon boat out in the lake. Deprived of using the waterway, because they have a private event, which I was not notified of. I'm sure they did not have a permit for. I've had some of their, when they had a soccer team or whatever it was, a cross-country team, running down our seasonal road at 7 a.m. in the morning. That we bought a property in the woods on a little lake so we could enjoy the peace and quiet of that little lake with our 2 little loons, right? And I'm going to be deprived of listening to my 2 little loons. And I will also tell you that I kayak almost every morning. And unfortunately, I don't take my phone with me when I kayak. I think when you see that I have 3 artificial joints, it's for obvious reasons. I don't take my phone. They're expensive. As I kayak by GoRec, there's a nice road that comes down to their waterfront now. I see a red pickup truck unloading kayaks. If I go to their GoRec's website and look at the kayaks that they have for rent, none of those, maybe one of them, it was one green Pungo, I know kayaks, was in that mix, but the other kayaks weren't. So I know that those kayaks, A, probably got transported to the waterfront by truck, and B, aren't part of their rental program. So they're currently allowing people to bring their kayaks by truck to the waterfront. That's how it's operating now. I also worry about 735 campfires burning my house down with nobody overseeing it. You know what campers do, and there's not just 2 people per tent, there's 4 people per tent, 5 people. What kind of tent do you have? How big a family do you have? How many vehicles are going to be in there? There is no infrastructure in place to run a campground, especially under a park permit. Thank you.
Thank you.
James Thompson, 5551 Scout Camp Road.
I grew up in Traverse City. I lived on Randolph Street across from Tilly's. I've been at the Boy Scout camp. I still go there and I hike. Sounds like Judy does too. The reality is, all of this could have been avoided a long time ago if we had gotten some assurances at a public discussion with GOREC and later discussions with the Conservancy, with GOREC, with the Rotary, and now we have attorneys involved, which is ridiculous because we're just paying money for that. What scares us is Runny Lake. It's not the campground. I mean, there's a lot of other issues with that campground if you're going to have weddings and everything else. But it's all about that access to Runny Lake. If they have a private campground, if they have an event center, do they build a boat launch? Do they pave a road down to it? We're on a slippery slope. Really concerned with what the end game is for the Rotary. We can't get any transparency. We got a little bit of clarity today, but we're still hearing things, I think, out of both sides of their mouth. The things that we wanted: no public boat launch, no motorized vehicles on the water, and that they would utilize GOREC supplied kayaks and canoes consistent with what the Boy Scouts did. That was it. Give us that, we walk away. Well, we're way beyond that now. GOREC and the Rotary Club have not been transparent. In fact, their actions have displayed an air of invulnerability that they can proceed with their hidden agenda untouched. It's the Rotary. They're the richest in the world. We heard it tonight. Protect Rennie Lake. We asked GOREC and the Rotary Club to live by the tenor of the Conservancy agreement. Everything I heard today was not that. Let's open up the access to upwards of 500, 600, 700 people. That's as many people as live on Rennie Lake right now. And you want to funnel them in through a small campground with no supervision. Sounds like Judy's walked there. I have walked there. There is one gate at the top by the parking lot. Sometimes it's locked. I've seen it open many times. I've seen that same pickup truck down by the lake. I've also seen vehicles in the campsites. My concern is there is nothing, if they keep that gate open, to prevent anybody from taking a pickup truck and going down a sand road right to the lake. And there's no supervision. So where in this great vision are we protecting Rennie Lake? We're protecting a campground, and it sounds like somebody wants to make some money. I know it's nonprofit. There's money involved. We want to protect the lake. We have a screenshot of the current layout, including the number of kayaks and canoes. We've known this now for quite a while. Let's abide by that. I really believe the Conservancy agreement was put in place with that tenor, not to set something up for 20 years down the road that we don't even know what that's going to look like. So I appreciate the time, but I wanted to set some reality that they could quite easily tomorrow get people down on that lake without any supervision, without anybody doing anything. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm George Foster, 1232 Autumn Trail. My family has been at that lake adjacent to the GOREC property since the 1920s. I remember I hate to say how long, 60-some years I've been going down there. And and I've lived here 30, 40 years in Traverse City now. I have a lot of respect for the Rotary. I think that they've done a lot of good things. There's many fine people that are involved with the Rotary. And I think there is potential to do some good things on the property here in question. But to set up an equivalency of the Boy Scouts children who have been coming here, I've never seen more than 150 maybe at one time on the water, and back camping, to adults and families. Let's say there were 300 Boy Scouts, which I don't think there were. Let's say we have 300 adults maximizing their current camping. There's no equivalency there because these kids were all together being supervised. They would have their bonfires all together. They would do all their swimming and kayaking right in front of the beachfront. They didn't go out on the lake very far. They were right there being supervised. So I think until GOREC really addresses the impact that the additional people will have on the lake and are really, and it's not just an experiment for them, but they're very serious about addressing the people that are going to be on the lake and the impact it's going to have. I don't know how the commission and board can approve this. I mean, it's beyond me. Thank you, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, George.
I'll be quick. Lisa Johnson, 5550 Scout Camp Road, 5554 Scout Camp Road, 5216 Scout Camp Road, 5294 Scout Camp Road, and 5286 Scout Camp Road. All are my family's places. But my 94-year-old mother is sitting at home right now and made sure I came to speak. She's been here since 1954 when they built their own cottage. The Boy Scouts I know you guys do great things, but what you do with Boy Scouts is not the equivalent. My husband's been a Scout master his entire adult life, and when the Boy Scouts go to camp, 8 Scouts have 1 adult with them at all times, 24/7. When they go to a campsite, they're there. And the last time I checked, they didn't drink beer and throw beer cans into the woods, and they always pick up and police after everything. So I just want to make sure, I think everybody's really eloquently said it, but it's our home. If I have a problem with somebody else's kids doing something unsafe, I go to their doc, I talk to their parents, we work it out. How do we ensure the safety of all these people you're bringing on? I know your great programs. I see your Instagram. I look at it every day. You have you have shooting. You've already doing all the wilderness stuff. It's great. But to bring 500 to 800 people with individual campfires and let them get onto the lake is just, it's deplorable. You can't do it. That lake is tiny. It's tiny, and I encourage all of you, come on out. I'll take you on a tour too. See what it's like around there, and watch the people who kayak in the morning. I'm sure, and I'm a water skier, so I like to drive those big fast boats that a lot of people complain about. But we've always been able to work together, and we don't throw trash out the boat. If we see trash, we pick it up. Talk to the people at Torch Lake about what happens when there's a public access and where the trash goes. So I told you I'd be brief, but I want you to know that I represent a lot of families, and I needed to go home and be able to tell my mother that I did speak up, because she's a longtime Traverse City resident. In fact, if you've been on a mission, Swaney is her last name, and Swaney Road is out there. So she's been around here for a long time. So thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate what you're doing. You need to be transparent and do what you say you're doing on your Instagrams. Thank you.
I'm Terry Brandt, 5555 Scout Camp Road. I've been there since 1986 and took off a few years. I've always owned it, had to do different things for jobs. My brother was an Eagle Scout. I was until I made Star. I've been out on the premises. I go out and I hike there. And what I'm really concerned about, it's a small lake, but it's a full-service lake. And if you get 25 more kayaks out there, guess what? No one else is going to go water skiing. That whole part of that enjoyment is gone. Tubing for the kids that pay taxes, that's done. Because now you have, if you're going to have people putting their pontoons out to protect their shore, and then you have these people and you have to stay 100 feet away, and you know what? The people that have spent a lot of money, pay a lot of taxes, don't get to use it. So we're basically going to have less use, so people that don't pay taxes on that property get more use. And that, I have a problem with it. It just doesn't seem to be that any of us bought our property with that. Now, as far as the Boy Scouts, they're closing up everywhere. And you know, it sort of reminds me of the Toms and Kmart over there. And I really don't think that we'd be getting the same amount of conversation if it wasn't for the Rotary. I appreciate the fine things they do here, but I'm afraid there's a little bit of Michael Jordan not getting called for fouls going down the free throw. So I think we need to be aware of their stature that they do have in the community, and also be able to weigh the people here might not all be the Rotary, but they pay a hell of a lot of taxes here, and they clean up. I know I clean up at the scout camp along their road more than I see any scouts out there, I'll assure you that. And I don't know what the deal is with the brown pump building. Can you tell me about that?
Come on, we're going to talk,
No,
we're going to
okay,
address
I'll
the
tell you then.
commission.
I'll tell you then. For 36 years, there's a brown building there. I guess it's a pump building. And as I go by there and look at it, I have pictures of it. I'll send them to you. But the roof is off. It has the sign from the conservatorship on it, and the roof's falling off. And you take it, the windows are broken, the electrical wires are inside the building. Now, it's not, I mean, you had to put the sign on it to look at all this crap. So I'm just sitting there going, think about that. So my word is, I hear what you're saying, but your actions speak so loudly, I just can't hear you. And those are the actions I saw as a Boy Scout, and I'm saying, why didn't you fix it up? We've had to call them when they had trees down. So let's just make sure that, you know, you go take a look at the property, look at the realities, and see, because I'm a hiker and I'm a Boy Scout fan. I'm not a fan of this deal of going 500 people. I mean, I've been out there, I kayak, and I had a jet ski out there for 25 years. You know, and I just know how to be out on that lake and use it. And to have that many campers, what scares the death out of me is fire danger. You know, it was so dry out in those woods today. And a lot of people, if they're not familiar, I tell you what, going out and camping at the, no, I don't know if there's going to be alcohol here or what, but I'll just guarantee you, camping out there is not going to be like the supervision that you have in Boy Scouts, where there's leaders there, there are organized events, there's supervision the whole time. There's not going to be supervision. In fact, one deal is that, well, if you have a problem, call 911. So I think, you know, you sit here and you see how many people we've had on premises, and you think about us and how many people saved their retirement so they could be there, and then, oh, okay, come on out. And, you know, I read an article when he was talking about some property that the Conservancy did buy, and he said, no, we do not have camping, and I think it's from some other, by Grass River. There's other camping in the area that does that. That's not our mission. It was in some newspaper article I was reading today. So, you know, I think that we ought to see where this mission is and where it is and how it serves the people that live on Rennie Lake, that are here, that are the residents, rather than sitting there, where's our marketing plan? What is your marketing plan? You know, what's that going to look like? Who are the residents that we're serving? I go out to Brown Bridge Dam. I go out and look at Ranch Rudolph. Are we competing with Ranch Rudolph with other campsites around the area because of their tax advantage? Do they get tax advantages? Now, it's either the Boy Scouts or something where it's clearly that. But I'll guarantee you, if they're not tied to having to camp and take a course to camp there, and to pay for it as a package, I see that. But just to come out, what I see coming out is coolers, beers, and our people here picking up empty cans. That's just what I see. And it could be under the name of this. I just don't have that evidence. Thank you very much.
I'm Carol Shekra, 2490 Cambridge Drive. And I'll be very brief because people have so eloquently spoken tonight. But as I read the pages 53 to 64 of the packet, it just seems like there's such a screaming need for really specific, precise wording in our ordinance, in our East Bay ordinance, as to what is a park. And that's been brought forward so beautifully by so many people. We surely don't want to find ourselves in a similar situation of confusion that we went through with Lakemore in the last few weeks. Also, as I was looking at the content of the planning, so much sounds good, but there's real concern about invasive species. Thank you, Ralph, for your really specific content. I couldn't begin to do that, but the basic need for watching out for both plant and critter invasive species is an absolute necessity. Also, the special events. I know that friends of mine just were appalled with a couple of the events that occurred where they had no idea that they would be swarmed with activity on the roads and on the water. So thank you, and we applaud Rotary for doing so many things, but there's many, many concerns here. Thank you.
Good evening. I know it's running late, so I'm going to be ridiculously short. You can actually set a stopwatch and see if I can do this fast. My name is Mike Zimmer. I live at 55. Oh, my wife's going to get me wrong. 5515 Brownwood Trail on the other side of the lake. First and foremost, I want to echo the comments made earlier today, this evening, particularly on invasive species. I want to focus my comments on the whole concept of the park. I understand that Section 405 2G does denote public and private parks as permitted by right. I note also that Section 405-6 expressly states that multi-boat access sites are excluded uses. How is a multi-boat access site operated by GOREC not included in this prohibition? It is plainly intended to prohibit the launch of multiple boats from one site. I understand that others have sort of looked at this term in the past and defined it very narrowly to mean only marinas. To me, that interpretation flies in the face of the plain meaning of the words and certainly contravenes how DNR uses the term. They publish a list of 1,300 public water access sites. Very, very few of those are marinas. I also note that there's been a zoning violation complaint pending before the township on this particular issue for some time. Perhaps the township should rule on the pending violation and examine how to use this term logically before approving a site plan or going forward on this. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Lisa Farland, and I reside at 5832 Rennie View. So I'm what you call a newbie. So I just purchased the home on Rennie View a year ago. So I can feel the passion, and people have raised their families here and had a lifetime here, and the facility has been here for years and years. A perspective as a new person coming in, and why did I choose what I chose? I will tell you that I chose it because of Rennie Lake. I chose it because of the personal care that the surrounding residents gave to Rennie Lake, that it's very quiet. It gives you a little bit of everything, but not too much of anything. I've hiked GOREC. I do quite a bit of hiking. I loved GOREC's concept of having educational programs. I think that's amazing. But educational programs that are supervised for training is much different than a park for camping. My concerns when reading through the proposal is there's a lot of vagueness in there. And I understand that, as a business owner myself, I understand keeping a door open. But those open statements, such as, having a cleaning station available that they'd have to drive right past, does not equate to manning a cleaning station and making sure that it's used properly, offering the property available for those hiking and kayaking experiences is not the same as offering hiking and kayaking programs where they're supervised, like the Boy Scouts would have been. So those are my concerns. I love it here. I'm so excited to be here, but I would be so sad to see you and us lose what we have now. And that feels like a threat. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Judy Pelto, Abbey Lane, East Bay Township. We've heard a lot about the lakes, and I have another concern about a part of the proposal that's in the agenda packet, and that is with the shooting range. According to the agenda packet, the range will allow for rifle shooting, muzzle loader shooting, and shotgun shooting. A primary concern at shooting ranges is lead contamination in soil, ground, and surface water. Operations of a shooting range could impact waterways and cause runoff of soil and other sediments. Residential lead from bullets can endanger human health. According to the Department of Interior's U.S. Geological Survey, an individual gun range can go through between 1.5 and 20 tons of lead shot and bullets annually. People and creatures that live around lead are at greatest risk for health issues. Increased exposure to toxic metal can cause paralysis, neurological damage, and death. Some types of ammunition can also cause a release of other toxic materials such as mercury into the environment. Corrosive mercury-based primers are found in many types of old ammunition. Also, per the agenda packet, the Golrick shooting range has been in place since 1984, and I wonder if a soil test has ever been done since 1984. If so, what is the last date of testing? Has a groundwater test ever been done? Have there been periodic inspections? Also, how are empty casings and shells disposed of? What type of targets will be used? Has a site visit been done, which I know it hasn't, but hopefully would be, specifically to look at the shooting range? In addition to soil and water contamination, a shooting range results in noise pollution, which is harmful to people and wildlife. At what times will the shooting range be open? How many days a week will it be in use? Will it be constantly supervised? How will they be disposing of casings and the brass rings from some types of bullets that are used? And as previous speakers have said, the township right now, parks are not defined clearly in the township zoning ordinance, nor are there specific regulations or rules concerning shooting ranges. So it seems that those are issues that could also and should also be thought about before we could go forward.
So it's getting very late, and the township has a standing rule, if you will, that at 10 o'clock we all turn into pumpkins. So I would say that I believe we are getting close to the end of public comment, and if it's okay with the other commissioners, I would like to finish it. But please be brief. We do want to hear from you, but we want to get out of here as well. Sorry.
Don't feel intimidated.
Only a little bit. Thank you. Carol Kusel, North Spider Lake Road. And I do appreciate the comments from everyone tonight, especially the details of Mary Thompson and Ralph Bednar's and all the good folks of Rennie Lake. But Commissioners, as you move forward with this decision, and Golrick and Rotary, as you move forward with your choices and things, remember that not only is Rennie Lake involved, but also Spider Lake and Bass Lake. And I just want to give you one example. Some people have referred to some events that have happened through GOREC, and this is one example of that. I think it's very valuable to know. It was about 3 years ago, I believe it was right when GOREC had been established, and they worked together with, well, not worked together, but they allowed a company out of Grand Rapids, one private guy, hold a race out at their property, and the race included running, biking, and kayaking. The original plans were to kayak on all 3 lakes, as well as bike through our community and run. There was a lot of discussion. I was involved in that with the DNR, as well as the GOREC people, as well as the gentleman that ran the race, or ran the business that held the race out of Grand Rapids, or that was the guy that was from Grand Rapids. I'm trying to get at, like, it's not just our immediate community that's using the place. But anyways, there was a lot of talk about cleaning the boats, and they assured they would, but, and they could bring their boats from wherever. So they came and they did do that, and no, they didn't use the GOREC property that is on Spider Lake. Maybe it is too steep, and who knows, you know, maybe people do still come in on that. But what they did do is they ran from GOREC over to the public launch at Spider Lake and launched and kayaked. It was a peaceful event in the evening, so on and so forth. Nothing was left behind, all of that. But back to all of the talk about the aquatic invasive species. If those boats did go from one lake to another, they could very easily spread those aquatic invasive species. And it was just last month, in the beginning of the month, at the Record Eagle, he had 2 classified ads from Green Lake Township that said that the township was asking for 2 lakes, both Duck Lake and Cedar Hedge, I think Cedar Hedge Lake, asking for SADs, or special assessment districts, to treat Eurasian milfoil, a very, very invasive aquatic plant that Mr. Bednarz had spoke about earlier, and other aquatic invasive species, or what they called as weeds. And both of those lakes were asking for a SAD, or again, the Special Assessment District, for $230,000 a year. And as Mr. Bednarz reported earlier, or shared with us earlier, this was primarily for aquatic or Eurasian milfoil. It's not something that once you have, you can get rid of. You have to keep treating to keep it at bay, or it will grow such a thick mat that you can't swim in it, or you can't move your boats in it. It's a bad one. And so it's just one example, but $230,000. My point is, I don't know all the details of the SAD, but what I do know is that the property owners are the primary people who will have to pay that amount in whatever increments are decided. Will other people, users that are paying GOREC and the Rotary, will they be having to pay for those SADs for years to come? I don't know. And what is the responsibility? So it feels like we here in East Bay Township, through the Lakemore situation and this and all kinds of little things that are happening on our forest lakes, that we, the individual property owners, are getting hit over and over again, or potentially hit over and over again, while other people may be profiting or having a good time. Want everybody to have a good time, but not at our sake of our property owners having to pay extra money. So as you move forward with making these decisions, please consider all of the properties involved, our whole community. Thank you very much. Brief enough?
Brief enough. She asked if she was brief enough.
Last one? Going. Hi, Brian Lettinga, Scout Camp Road. Thank you, everyone that's here expressing their concerns about what may or may not transpire. But just speaking about the fish in the lake, and those of us that are anglers, it would be nice if the Rotary and the group would think about how they were going to be committed to stocking the lake. Also, if there's going to be 300 campers and all of these kayaks, and I'm guessing there's going to be fly fishing techniques, organized events, and maybe a fishing derby that could come in under this kind of group thing. That's just the pressure on the lake, and the lake already has enough pressure regarding the fishing, so please think about that as they get going, and think deeply about the lake owners, that have property there that will end up ending to put fish into our own lake, where we can't control who's taking them out or who's poaching or things like that. So thanks for your time and your service to our community.
Thank you.
Fire up chips.
I'm Jill Perry, I'm on Rainy View Road. I'm new. Their pamphlet here, as I read it, and I'm trying to stay on task here, and the purpose is, are they going to be a park, right? That's the purpose of this meeting. This is the definition of a camp to me, as I read it. Everything in here says campsite. There isn't anything that convinces me that they should be treated as a park or given that stipulation, whatever the proper verbiage is. It doesn't make sense to me. And I think it's pretty obvious to everyone in this room, and I hope it's obvious to you, that it took them this long to figure out that that's the right angle to go at this thing. I appreciate what you do. I like the property. And to your point earlier, I think it's a really good repurposing of that property. And I want to see it go through. But I want to see it go through without polluting the lake and being respectful to the water and to the residents and to anyone else that actually comes to use the property. But this deal about the park, I think that that's kind of just a farce. So that's what I have to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it.
Last call. Closing public.
I'd just like to say that it's obvious there's a lot of very well-spoken, very intelligent people on this side. This is a group of people who is established in the community and has also been at that park, it's not a park, at Go Rec for a few years. There's a lot of animosity over here. There's a lot of defensiveness and a lot of deceit on this side. And a year ago, there was a meeting between these people and these people, and not, these ones I don't believe are there. There's a direct question. Will there be supervision overnight? No, we don't have the employees. If you do set up this wash station, will there be somebody manning the wash station? No, we do not have the employees. We do not have the people to take care of that stuff. You and I all know Joe Blow is going to drive right back past that wash station. So my thing is here, if these people were more forthright and more honest, and not say, at this point, we have no intentions of doing this or that, which came out of someone's mouth a lot last year. If this was transparent, we would have less animosity here. And that's what I have to say. I don't think they're a park, but that's beside the point. I'm trying to, these people are so upset, and rightfully so, and these people are also upset, but it's not going right. So if there's some transparency and some give here,
You need to talk to
there would be
the
a lot
commission.
better people here.
I need your name and your address.
Mary McDonald, 1288 Autumn Trail.
Thank you. I'm closing the public comment. Wait, we're not done. We gotta finish this.
Okay.
Next on the agenda are updates from the planning commissioners. Any? No. Number 11, 12, upcoming meetings. July 20th, 2021 is the special meeting regarding the master plan, and August 10th is the regular planning commission, and I find this meeting adjourned.
Aye.
Oh, if I don't. See ya.